man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
Well, all right. Boy, I love that song. It's great. So happy to have it. Such a great little piece. Welcome everybody. I think I got my computer fixed mostly. What is wrong with it? I don't know. But it was stuttering and doing strange things, and I don't know if it showed up in any of the videos I was on or anything, but it sure was bothering me. Windows 11, of course, uninstalled a bunch of things. I don't know why or how. Stupid updates. But I think I fixed it all. There's still one weird thing going on, although looks like it's okay now. So we'll see. The network was going crazy, and I don't know. I didn't change anything. I don't know what Microsoft changed. I don't know what Microsoft changed, but just one of those times. So we've got our Sampel right here. Hopefully you have yours too. We've got our Muppet Cup. Have you have you considered? You should consider. I've got some tea from the Table Rock Tea Company. More Carolina Lapsang. Very, very rich, very deep, smoky, yummy, delicious flavor. And we have these wonderful cookies from Germany. And they are ridiculously yummy. I mean, ridiculously good. Like shockingly delicious. Backlesen? I don't know. I don't know how to say that. I don't know German. I don't even know English, actually. That's the problem. But it doesn't matter because we're here. We're going to talk about this anonymity, and which is impossible to say. So it's one of those words, and why it just basically spreads evil. So yeah, there's the evil part. That's not good. We talked about mimicry last week, so that should kind of give you a hint as to why being anonymous is really not great. We all have to know what to do, and where do we get that from? And the interesting thing this week is sort of the quieting of the chaos, right? The chaos has sort of calmed down a little bit. The H-1B visa thing is sort of in a lull, although I have almost 1,900 views on that H-1B visa video on my personal channel where it's not monetizable. I do have an H-1B visa video for this channel, but we're having editing difficulties here, and I've been unwilling to focus on editing for long enough to get it done. So until my editors come back or I get a new editor or something, this video it might be a while. Maybe I'll get motivated tonight, but been more focused on Substack and my book. So I got to finish my book. I'm way off schedule now. Yeah, Trump gets a non-sentence, right? That's a nice quieting. We can all focus on California fires, right? And failed to link them to any kind of bad behavior. I know there's a contingent trying to do that now and say, look at all these bad decisions you made. Maybe that had something to do with it. Look at all these warnings you had that you ignored. Maybe that had something to do with it. And then we've got the other contingent sort of, no, think about the people. Think about the people in harm who lost their houses. And I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have more people lose houses if you don't focus on how we got here. Because focusing on people who've lost houses is pointless. Their houses are gone. We need to make sure they're cared for. I get that. But if you're not physically doing that, then you do need to focus on something that you have a little bit more control over, like telling literally everybody on the internet that no, there's a direct connection between your actions and bad things in the world. And we're sort of remaining oblivious to contradiction. Um, because if we remain oblivious to connection, we don't have to deal with the bad things. Like we can just say, "Well, these aren't connected." I can have angry lesbian firefighters and no water and a fire, and that's all okay. No, there's causal relationships there. So we don't see the contradictions. Like we don't see these obvious problems anymore, right? Because if we believe that our actions or other people's actions are connected to badness, um, then we let evil into the world. But the thing is, it's already here, dude. Like you can't. The trick's not gonna work, and that's what we're seeing. We can't have that though, right? And so it's all framing, right? It's all about framing. Um, And that's the problem, is that the framing matters. If you frame this as a personal tragedy for somebody who lost a house, I'm in South Carolina. I'm not happy when anybody has a fire and no longer has a home. Like that's a tragedy. Uh, is it a worse tragedy when it's 1,000 people? I don't know, man. In my brain, they're the same because I can't deal with 1,000 people, 100 people, 5 people, two. Like one tragedy at a time, please. Like, but I can deal with, well, why are you guys not able to make these connections between tragedies that are totally avoidable, you were warned against, and you should have figured out were going to happen, and your behavior and your decisions and how you allocate money, and all these things. We need to be able to do that, right? We need to be able to reconnect the world. Everybody goes, well, I don't understand why we can't unify. Well, because you've disconnected everything on purpose to not let evil into the world, and now we have a problem. And a lot of that is actually wrapped up in this idea of anonymity. And it probably doesn't seem like that, but let me make my case here. So there's a simple formula here. Too much anonymity, right, equals fewer personal exemplars, right? We don't have a personal, functioning human model of behavior to follow. Things are, still happening, and we often know that someone's doing things, right? But we don't know who or why or how it works because it's hidden. Some things need to be hidden, some things don't need to be known, right? But when what's not known is the agent, when you have no assigning agent, you have a problem, right? If it's hidden and veiled, if it's apart from our experience or observation in some sense, the exemplification isn't there. Now, you can exemplify bad things, like at some point, if you reconnect the world, you can say the governor of California is somewhat responsible for what happens in his state, right? And if those decisions that he's made are connected to the lack of planning or the lack of understanding, because you guys give people a lot of credit given where they are, and I'm telling you, it doesn't take much to be a politician IQ wise. It may take a good machine, it may take smart people behind the scenes who are anonymous, and therefore you can't measure their motivations because you can't see how they act. Hmm. Um, so you don't know what's going on, but you know something's going on. And then you reconnect it, and bang, you have a conspiracy theory. That's one of the many ways in which conspiracies work. And everybody falls into this pattern, like just pretty much everybody. Well, we know we know there's some agent or agency. What a weird word, behind it all, right? So this is bad because fewer exemplars means we don't know what to do or maybe how to do it either. And we don't see the bad things acted out. So we don't know what to avoid. Who are the bad actors in the government? Think the mayor made the decision all by herself? I don't think so. Do you think Newsom is just ignoring all the advice he's getting from literally everyone around him? It's possible his entire inner circle is corrupt too, but it would be good to know that. I don't know that. Those people are anonymous to me now. With government, we can look them up, but if we're not in the meetings, and ultimately it's his head and it needs to roll because he's the responsible party. But we're not doing that anymore either, apparently, for reasons which don't make any sense to me. But yeah. But we can't know what to avoid. And we can't understand motivations of anonymous people. Uh, and we don't have those exemplars for good behavior, right? They're not there if they're veiled, if they're hidden. And that to me is a big problem because it does lead directly to conspiracy, among other things, right? And the thing is with anonymity, you're trying to move the world without responsibility. You don't want to be connected to your agency, to your actions. And that means you have less control, right? And who knows what kind of hijacking will happen as the result of your anonymous actions. There's a long history of this, by the way, right? Terror organizations do this all the time. Somebody does something, they don't want anybody to know. A different terrorist organization will take credit for it to strike fear in the hearts. Then you go after them because, well, they admitted to it, and then there's no evidence that they did it. Now that's a big waste of everybody's time. And this happens, I mean, it's less frequent now, but it was happening a lot post 9/11, right? You have 3 terrorist organizations all saying, "No, no, no, we did it, we did it." It's like, "Well, this is no good." And the thing is, you don't actually know what moves you, and you don't know what you're up to. So if you wanna be anonymous, why? What are you up to? What's moving you? And you don't know who will because someone must, be assigned to or take responsibility for an action in the world. You don't know. You could do some real goodness behind the scenes and somebody else takes the credit. And now it's too late for you to take the credit. And then that person's a bad person and they're just trying to steal I mean, this happens all the time in small communities with anonymous charity giving. It happens all the time, actually. I'm actually surprised anybody supports anonymous giving at all. I'm like, I don't know where you are looking in the world, but like this goes horribly wrong all the time. And maybe you're just not paying attention, or maybe you just don't care, but it's actually really important. It's super important. And again, like you want conspiracy theories? Being anonymous when you do things is one way to get them because the more magic people see in the world, because if you don't know what the, we'll say, starting agency was, you're going to assign one. So it might as well be lizard people or ancient aliens or ancient alien lizard people, which is obviously superior to all other explanations for all other unexplained events. Um, why not? Like we disprove it, right? And that's the problem when people aren't out in front of the world, and That's a problem. And this is actually a theme somewhat, now that I'm thinking about it, in Ayn Rand's novels. Uh, the people that were being sneaky and doing backdoor deals and all happened to be communist by some weird miracle. Sure, it was coincidence. They were all the bad guys. And the people that were not afraid to shine forth unto the world were all the good guys doing stuff in the world and just being unapologetic about it. I don't think it's a coincidence. Now, got my issues with Ayn Rand, but also almost everything she wrote was bang on. So there you go. Com- Incomplete? Sure. Uh, Abso-freaking-lutely. By a billion percent. Also, not wrong. So those two things can be true at the same time. So, what does it really mean to be anonymous? To operate without a name. Hmm. Well, this means there's no stated telos, no stated final cause. Make final cause great again. No one can hold you accountable, and you cannot know if what you're doing is good or even what you intend, because there aren't other people there to help you. And Paul Vanderklay talked about this today, actually, on his SGA live stream again. Like, sanity is other people. Like, sanity isn't within you. Sanity is a function of other people helping you to guide you to keep you that way, right? Towards some standard, and we can argue about and object to various standards or whatever, but sanity is outside you. And when you're anonymous, you're telling the outside you don't want that feedback, but you'll stray into insanity. And look, I know nobody ever does the research. I get that. But like, do your research. People who go anonymous tend to stray into weirdness when they weren't initially. Or maybe they were a little weird and they become 1,000% weird. Like, I've seen this happen. This happens all the time around you. It really does. It's very frightening. No one likes to think about it. Also, anonymity is not good for people. It just definitely is not good for you. Definitely causes split personalities and other bad things all the time. Double life. Everybody goes, he's leading a double life. Yeah, it's the same as anonymity. I don't know what to tell you. Like, double naming is the same as having no name, because you always have a name, right? So you still have two names. Even if you deny one, you get to tag it to something. Usually you pick a handle, whatever, right? It's not, there's no state of objective material reality where you don't exist, and therefore you can still act on the world, but in a way that it's not tied back. It's always tied back to you somehow, right? It's always tied to a name. Not to say that, Guy Fawkes mask isn't useful, but you got to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. And this disconnecting of an agent from an action, by hiding the name, by being veiled, causes problems. And I think the main set of problems is around this relationship between your actions, the reactions to them, and your inability to reintegrate that any feedback, right? Correctly, because it's not feedback for you. You actually mentally do split yourself when you do these multiple name things. So you have to be very careful when you do it. And I think the real problem is the flattening of the world, and people don't have a good frame for this. So perhaps a better frame is public versus higher versus personal, right? And when you have a conception like that, where you can make proper connections in the world and frame things properly, um, I think it really helps, right? And this, I do a video called Three Frames. You check that one out; it's pretty good, right? That's almost maps, all right. You with yourself, you with others, you with the world, right? Or nature or whatever, roughly speaking. um, Higher is better, because I think the reason why we got here um, is because we're trying to make things private, right? Or public. and we're not sort of considering the implications of that binary frame, right? With nothing private, we'll say public Protestantism is a nothing private sort of situation, um, oddly, uh, and nothing higher. You long for being anonymous, right? For hiding, for having a veil. Um, that's how it kind of sneaks in. But you also don't want to make everything public like the private Protestants do, like confession, um, because then there's no interim space for you to be able to confess correctly, right, without getting the judgment of people who aren't qualified to judge you, right? So if you give a confession in front of your entire community in church, say, um, or in a town meeting, right, or like anywhere in a large enough group, um, they're all going to judge you because you've called their attention to something on purpose. And so you have this: do I say it? Do I not say it? Right? You don't have a way to integrate all that. And so that's why we want this anonymity, right? We want it. That's how it sneaks in there. But you can't do things in the world without it affecting the world. And one of the things you can't do is tell everybody about your bad behavior, because then everybody gets to judge you. And this is why I object strongly to the idea that you should go on YouTube and start talking about your personal traumas left, right, and center. I think that's bad. I understand that some good can come from it, maybe in limited circumstances, certainly in the short term. It always feels good to the person doing it, right? But in the long term, it always ends up being a freaking catastrophe, right? And maybe there's some exceptions to that, because there's probably exceptions to everything, but this is an interesting way to argue, right? Arguing from exception is the same thing as saying the world's not perfect. Like, I already knew that, Captain Obvious. I didn't need you to tell me. So once we sort of understand that relationship, we're like, oh, this is why. This is why we don't have this conception of something that's personal, something that's public, and something that needs to be shared in a higher way with an authority who can pass a judgment, maybe give you some way to confess privately, right? So not everybody has to hear it, but you can get it off your chest, right? And then give you some sort of method of repentance, right? And then maybe some way to do your penance. I don't know. It just seems like a really good formula to me. Um, Maybe somebody should come up with that. Why? Why am I living in this world? So why are people trying to be anonymous? They're trying to create a mobile safe space for an action, right? It's a temporary thing, right? You're not anonymous all the time, right? So they've got to be connected to the world somehow, right? To save themselves or others from consequences. And very often people want to be anonymous for others, and they think that makes it noble because it's not for themselves. And that's not how nobility works. So no, no, nothing works that way ever, ever. There are things that if you never do them for yourself, as I will demonstrate later, um, that is good, right? And those same things, if no one ever does them on your behalf, that is bad. There's this reciprocal relationship on both sides. Yes. But if people do them for you, they're good, right? And if you do them for others, that's good. Yes, that is certainly the way that works. And so the consequences still exist, right? So they just move maybe to later in time, right? Or they multiply, or they move, multiply, and come back. Right. That's usually what happens, right? And then sometimes people just want to do things without having themselves associated um, for a fresh perspective, right? They want to be able to do things as though the preconceived notions attached to their name or label or whatever in that space don't exist. And again, this may seem like a good idea, right? because it adds them contrast. And how does the name impact the action? And look, I've played this game many times. I I I used to connect to internet systems, two computers at once, and type on both of them at the same time, by the way, um, and seem like two different people to see what would happen when I said the exact same words, right? Just coming from a different person. And look, the results are pretty stunning, right? Like, it matters a lot because you're enchanted by your own vision of who and what someone is, or maybe by a vision someone else gave you, by the way. Hmm. Hmm. And then somebody else could say the exact same thing, and it's totally different. And this happens all the time. And the easiest way to see this is, watch what happens when a woman says the same thing as a man, especially with a critique of someone. That happened recently on a Vander Clay stream when Manuel did it, and then Sandy did it, and boy, they got very different responses. Right, this sort of thing happens all the time, and you're prone to it, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way the world is. So it's tempting to have that fresh perspective through being anonymous, right? But that's not good. It's just not good. Like I said, I've done it. It's not good. It doesn't get you it doesn't get you satisfying results, even though, maybe it should, or feels like it should. So that's one problem. Uh, but I would say the bigger problem is that you're still removing a bunch of connections from the world, right? Which is, you're destroying these relationships. Intimacy crisis confirmed. Anonymity contributes to the intimacy crisis, which is causing meaning crisis, right? But mostly people want to be anonymous to save their piety, right? They want to be able to do something that maybe they shouldn't do, or worse yet, shouldn't do from their station. I'll get to you, David. Don't worry. Uh, so that they can seem more pious. That's typically why people do this anonymous thing, right? And the problem with it, like most things, is that there's multiple reasons to be anonymous, and you can point to one and say, that's my reason, right? But in the world, you can't do anything for a single reason, because everything you do has multiple effects at different fractal layers of reality. And so the idea that you can pick one reason out and do something for only one reason is already incorrect. Now, you may have a primary motivation, and you may probably not, by the way, but it's conceivable that you can understand what other things are going to happen as a result of your action. Well, I'm real skeptical that most people can do anything like that. Just look around and look at the LA fires. The people are not making connections for their own actions. I mean, I believe they're that stupid at that. Yes, I do, because they are, because I meet people like this all the time. All the time. This is not unusual. Did you think that when you did that, that maybe this other thing would happen too? And they're like, no, that would never. And oh, right. This happens all the time. And the thing is, we're living in a world where people are talking a lot about being anonymous, right? And then they're also talking about authenticity. But you can't do both at the same time. Uh-oh. The opposite of anonymous is authentic. The reason why everyone's screaming for authenticity is because they got anonymity. And now they're like, wait a minute, this is an overcorrection at some point. And look, where an authentic person stands, actually, right? That is how you become authentic to others. They know where you stand, and hence they know typically where they stand relative to you. And they probably also know whether or not you know something about where they stand relative to themselves. We're not going to get into authenticity here. If you want that video, comment, whatever. And the thing is, this is a deception to be anonymous. I mean, deception's not generally good. Maybe sometimes it's required. I get that. But those are exceptions, and you're not living in an exception, Okay. Everybody's pretending they're living in some extraordinary outlier event that never happens because someone wrote about it once in a book. And it's like, I got news for you. That wasn't you, and it is never going to be you. So, very sad. And the thing is, you're not getting rid of this relationship between anonymity and authenticity. So, suck it up, buttercup. Isn't going away. Like these are clear trade-offs in the world. And further away from you someone is, the more anonymous they are. You guys are on YouTube, some of you I've met in person. You're not quite as anonymous as those I haven't met in person. Some of you I've talked to for hours. Some of you I don't think I've spoken to before, right? In any capacity, right? And somebody I've typed to versus somebody I've had a video chat with, right? These are all different levels of anonymity. This is all wrapped up in the intimacy crisis. And the thing is, if you're ignoring the requirement of authenticity, of naming, of being known, that only makes things worse. It only makes things worse. You should be known, and you should want to be known for what you are, because then others can help you be better. Now, can that backfire spectacularly? Yes. Can every other possible combination of things backfire? Yes. I don't know why people say this anymore. I'm like, yeah, I realize we don't live in a perfect world, Captain Obvious, you mega genius, but also like, why is this an issue? You have to show me that the downsides are greater than the upsides. And if you can't do that, then stop critiquing. A, you're bad at critiquing, and B, you're probably a bad person without knowing it. Don't be bad. There's no reason. You can be better. Anonymity as piety. Always bad. Always bad. Don't know why I have to say this. Always bad. Piety is in action, not in hiding. Can't do something in hiding and have it be pious. It's not possible. So why do we associate things like anonymous charity with goodness? Dawn, why don't you write down your answer before I go over it? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's because we're trying to remove arrogance, hierarchy, which is equality doctrine, by the way, and attention to avoid evil. That's why. That's the reason. We're trying to avoid evil. And we're moving the attention from a charitable act, but that removes the exemplification of the act, right? And so there's less charity in the world, at least that you and I see, and then we don't know how to mimic it. And then there's less charity in the world because we just don't know how to do it because it's all done anonymously. And like I don't know, like I didn't see anybody do it. I mean, I know what happened, but it could be the lizard people, man. So now we've removed charity from the world, like for real. This is not good. This is not good. It's just not good. Compare your answer, Don, with mine. There you go. Uh, so why don't we know this, right? Why do we think anonymous is a better alternative? And how did it get this way? Like, what what brings people to this weird? I was such a weird conclusion. I'm like, really? I mean, I don't, especially when I was younger, I didn't speak up a lot. Like when I was young, I didn't say anything. I just listened to everything around me all the time. No one's gonna believe me. I get that. But also, like, how did I get here? Oh, you listened to everything everybody was saying all the time, well into your 20s before you started saying things. Yeah, time is a factor. What you see is not the whole picture. You can only see what's here and now. And the issue is confusion around credit. And credit is what you see. Like credit is something you know about. Otherwise, it's not credit, right? It's no value if nobody knows about it. And it creates hierarchy. And the confusion is around claims and how proper claims are to be made. Now, talking about claims of your actions, not talking about like metaphysical claims or religious claims, or those are propositional claims, whatever. Make all the propositional claims you want. That's how language works. Not interested, right? I'm talking about claims around your your actions in the world. Okay. So the thing about credit is that, with a few exceptions, it needs to be given by others, but never taken by you. It needs to be given, but never taken. In the same way, and you can see this exemplified in various live streams. I mean, I can point you at a bunch if I want. Um, or rather, if you want, I don't particularly care. Um, Defending another person's honor, for example, right? Like, no, 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 they're an honorable person, right? And well, Jacob's here. It's good to see you, Jacob. Um, I, Whenever anybody attacks Jacob when he hasn't made a mistake, I defend him. You'll notice I don't spend huge amounts of times on Jacob streams and doing Jacob things with Jacob and all his projects because I don't necessarily agree with those projects, and I hope they go well. I hope he, gets what he wants. But his honor is a different issue, right? Because it affects everybody. So you'll notice I will defend people's honor where appropriate, and I will not defend their bad behavior at the same time. Same person, right? Same instance, even, right? Like this part good, that part bad, because that's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to work the same with things like charity. You are not supposed to take credit for being the largest giver to anything. Like that's not how that's supposed to work. You're not supposed to say, "Well, I gave more money to the hospital than anybody." Like you're not supposed to do that. It's not that you're not supposed to put your name on the building. They all do. That's fine. I don't care. Or someone's name on the building. So I don't see a problem with it. I don't, you can put your name on the building, right? Um, but bragging about how much you paid to get that built, that's a whole different thing. Other people want to give you credit. That's the proper relationship. And they're different, right? Now we think, oh, it's credit and everyone's equal. So it doesn't matter if I take it for myself or someone gives it to me because that credit's neutral in the world. And no, the relationship of the credit to you matters. And the problem with that is people aren't always going to give you the credit that you quote deserve. Probably not. Also, the world isn't perfect. A newsflash: stop the presses. We'll reprint the front page of the newspaper. I don't like. Welcome to the way things have been since long before you were around. I don't know where this stuff goes when people do that. Like they do it all the time, and I'm just like, I don't. Is this like what's happening? Lizard people, stop filming me. I know I'm in the Truman Show. So stupid. Everyone's so stupid because of this. Like this is why anonymous things, and then we think everything's anonymous. And people taking credit for things are really being manipulated by the lizard people or the guys in the dark room with cigars. We're probably being controlled by the lizard people. Don't know. I don't know. But that's the thing. And that's the flattening of the world, right? It's the negative side effect of equality. And we confuse those two things, given and taken, outside and inside, where you end and other things begin. I've gotten more mileage out of that. I wish I had thought it up. I wish I had seen it. Joey had to tell me about it. Some days. But others should notice and praise you for your charity, right? And you should do that for others. That's what you should do. You should just never talk of your own charity. Not to say like, well, you should never mention that you give to the church. It might come up in a conversation in a way that is probably rare, and you should be wary of doing that because you don't want to get in a status game with people. Not at that level, right? I mean, this is what causes these status problems is people trying to claim status based on their own actions when status needs to be given as well as accepted, not taken. Given first. Order matters. Order matters a lot. And hiding your charity only makes you feel more self-righteous at the end of the day. That's all it really does. Just makes you feel self-righteous deep down inside. And the thing is, again, if you're a charitable person and no one knows it at all because no one's seen it, they also can't warn you. Maybe you're giving to a charity and none of the money gets to where you think it's going. You cannot warn people about the dangers of something they're doing anonymously. You, as an anonymous person, cannot be warned about those dangers. Mm. Another sort of contributing factor to the problem of being anonymous is the flattening of public versus private. This equality doctrine and the misapprehension of authenticity are both factors. But this confusion between public, personal, and highest is a huge problem. We've lost the vertical causality, we've lost the highest, or a lot of people have, right? And so we don't have that space to hold things that are too big for us and too big for the people around us. We don't have it. You know, it's not appropriate to confess to the world on YouTube that, you didn't handle this situation well, or you have a porn addiction problem, or that you read a book and you didn't quite understand it, or like that's not the best way to do that. But we've lost this highest space where it would be appropriate, right? Where we're submitted to an authority who can guide us and make a real judgment, because we can't make the judgment about what truth is. Um, and this seems to come from this idea of flattening, right? As such, equality as a concept, where everyone's equal. Anyone can be a pastor, or anybody can act as my therapist, or anybody can give me good advice about this thing. There's a lot of people that can give you really good advice about your car and really terrible advice about your marriage. And let's just give an example, right? Um, Confession, which should be private and done in a church, right? And that's the type of interaction it should be, right? As opposed to a public statement, right? Forcing people to express and therefore exemplify bad things to everybody, right? Forcing them to judge, because once you put something in front of somebody, they got to judge it. They generally don't have too much of a choice, right? They can judge it good, bad, or any number of ways, but they've got to judge it. Um, or confession as a dogmatic set of beliefs that you repeat as propositions to prove your quote faith or your adherence to a group or something. Uh, this is an invalid way to think about the word confession. And of course, it's a very Protestant way to conceive of these things. And Jacob's here, so he'll like that. He always likes having more ammunition for his little mission, which that mission I totally support. Um, and the thing is, anonymity allows tyranny with no responsibility. And any lack of responsibility always leads to tyranny over time. So again, I'm not saying zero, but I'm saying that over time, that non-zero number becomes tyranny every time. And we flatten time, so we don't see this properly. We say, aha, we got away with it once. Yeah, well, maybe once was appropriate and twice is not. I don't know. But I wouldn't take a chance on that either. Right? All tyrants are inauthentic. They're veiled in some way. They're hidden from the world. Usually, what they're hiding is, we'll say, their narcissistic tendencies, or maybe they're not hiding those tendencies. They're hiding maybe their cruelty, maybe their desire to inflict pain and suffering. And that's when you know you have a real tyrant, is because they were veiled. And the thing people complain about all the time is not having seen bad behavior in others, not having noticed. I didn't know that he was a um a serial killer, right, or a murderer. I didn't know when I married him that he had murdered his 3 previous wives. Like, that happens, and vice versa, 'cause, women tend to murder husbands occasionally too. But that was them being anonymous, right? Because you're not completely anonymous anyway, so, you know. And consider, uh, you are still and always will be an agent in the world, right? Hiding an action does not hide you. It only cuts the actions from you. Dissociates dissociate you from the action. Dissociates. Huh. A lot of people have dissociation. Cognitive dissonance. Dissociates. Hmm. Anyway, sure it's a coincidence. The action still exists and you still exist, but the relationship has been cleaved. Anonymity is one cause of the intimacy crisis. Your cries for this thing are also your lament over the meaning crisis. They're the same thing. Sorry. And the thing is, invisible things happening in the world gives you the impression that things are free, right? Because, well, I got this stuff. I got my bill paid by some mystical force through some government agency or some charity. The world is magic. And that's the foolishly wrong way that people use that word today, right? Free from consequence and constraint, free from connection, free from relationship. And you can sort of notice this all over, right? In porn, right? It weaponizes the tendencies. Women are more likely to want to be seen, and men are happy just kind of doing things. The men in porn are rarely known, and of course there are exceptions. And oh, for that they get paid less, by the way. Um, and that damn equality never works. So they were anonymous, which is part of what makes porn dangerous. The idea that you can have degenerate sex without being known. That's it's right there exemplified for you. That's porn, by the way, is not the problem. You have to cut the problem off long before the porn happens. Otherwise, you can't get rid of the porn. The thing that's driving it is still going to drive it. And for the women, being seen is mostly an advantage, right? Her willingness to do anything, for example, to be around men or maybe get attention or whatever, is just a plus on that side of the register because we're not equal. Men and women are not equal. That's why we have different words. It's not that hard. Um, and trying to quote fix that or adjust that hasn't worked because it can't work. It's really that simple. I'm sorry if that's a surprise to anybody. Um, and notice the exemplification still happens, right? There's still an exemplification, but heh, well, why did 100 men agree to do the Lily Phillips thing? Well, that it's been exemplified for them. Why? I mean, we might as well try it. I don't know what it would be like to be an anonymous person doing that with a OnlyFans star. Um, and you know, this is an interview, right? And kids like, my father would kick my ass if he knew this. I'm still living with him. It's like, okay, so you can see the power of mimicry, the power of exemplification, and its absence is also powerful, right? Because the results of your anonymous action are still there, like that. That's the reason you did it. Well, that's not good. It's not good. And anonymity causes invisibility, right? You get that veil on, and that removes proper exemplification from the world. The world looks more mystical in a bad way. In a bad way. And that's the problem. Now, Ixnon uh, on my server sent me his notes, and rather than trying to integrate them into mine, I figured I'd just read them because they were excellent, and I'm a little jealous, but that's all right. I'll get over it. By the way, Ixnon seems to, for some reason, very closely embody everything on the channel, much better than most people that watch it. Sometimes surpassing even myself, which is good. I mean, this is the goal. So good. He also pushed all my buttons with that joke the other day about primordial and reading the room. That was genius. Um, so what he said was being anonymous is marginal behavior. Anyone trying to be anonymous and in the center is trying to destroy the world. Right? See comic book superheroes. There you go. Literally trying to act without a name is avoiding right relationship. Yeah, I sort of covered that. Um, Trying to be amenable will prevent other trying to be unnameable will prevent other people from cooperating with you. Right. I mean, you can't cooperate correctly. Right. And then hypothetical anonymity could be useful on the margin, right? But the margin is too small or thin to live in. I thought those were excellent notes. Pretty soon I can have him take over the live streams and then I don't have to do them. All right, now I'm going to go back and read some of these comments. I know there were some excellent comments in here. Yeah, it's Ixnon. Well, all right. Good day, Mark. Good day, sir. Jacob affirms he's a Muppet. Excellent. Excellent. On that note, we should take a Muppet cup sip because I don't know what's going on with my throat. Um, but today that snuck up on me. Had I known that was going to happen, I might have gotten a cough drop. Dawn, I have East Frisian tea from Harney and Sons. Oh yeah, I'll get some Harney and Sons tea that Sanjuro got me actually. It's quite good stuff. Harney and Sons is quite good tea. Dawn, how does anonymity is bad square with Jewish sages idea that the highest forms of charity is that the giver doesn't know who receives is and vice versa? I mean, that doesn't mean that no one knows that you are giving to charity. So there's no conflict there actually. You don't need the direct relationship, although I might also quarrel with that, but on completely different grounds, we'll say. Um, that also might be, we'll say, that the purest form of charity, right? Um, because it's completely devoid of the ability for either party to engage with it in a material fashion, right? Because if there's no direct connection, it's ethereal. I mean, that was part of my claim, right? Like it's magic at some point, and that might be good for them, but it's not good for everybody not them. That would be, my main argument. So that's how I would square that circle. I would say, yeah, it's not really a problem. Young God, if the CIA knows who we all are, well, they don't. Does it matter if we are anonymous or not? No, it does not. Yeah, the CIA doesn't know or care. The CIA really doesn't care about you, dude. I'm sorry. They don't care about me either. Neither does the FBI. That really, and if they did, it wouldn't matter. It's a small number of people tracking a very large number of people. So it wouldn't work. Yanni, sometimes it doesn't somebody acknowledge that you exist. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's true. I got it. Anonymity is just a lazy person not searching hard enough. What? I learned about how everyone always emits signals. Yep. So anonymity is an oxymoron for morons. Yes, that's true. There's always signal. That's good. That's clever. I like it. I like it. I'll approve of that. Ixnon at dawn. Good and perfect gift comes from above and is handed down from the Father. There you go. That's it. That's well said. Young God, if someone's anonymous, it's because you haven't paid for the access, right? Anonymity is for the pores. Eh. I mean, not to be seen by the layers above you is a good thing. because they might squish you. It's remarkable in rewatching Babylon 5. It's remarkable how good Babylon 5 is, especially on things like this. I'm like, oh, I better not tell anybody to watch Babylon 5. They might find out all this stuff on their own. Um, yeah, and God, all credit goes to God. Human seeking credit or spawn of Satan confirmed. Yeah, if you're seeking it for yourself, yes. Yeah, and God, coolest thing just happened. I lit a match, and a piece of burning phosphorus hit me between the eyes. Lol, that was scary. Lol, fun times. I don't know, dude. Is there some medication you forgot to take, or I guess I don't know. You'll be fine, I think. If you don't live, let me know. Yes, Mark, I'm not telling my story on the internet. The number of people telling their story on the internet, like, I'm just gonna get with somebody and tell them all about my life. I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that should be encouraged at all. Right? And then and I don't think like people talking about, we'll say, deep issues should be encouraged at all either, because a lot of people can't. They think they can, or they're trying to, and then they just make a mess of it. And then I have to judge them. And you write a book and don't get it edited, but you have it published. Like, I have to judge you for that. And then everybody on my Discord server will use that to make fun of everything that goes on in the Discord server for the next 2 or 3 years, probably. David Walker, you become anonymous to speak truth to power. You don't know what truth is. Why are you speaking to power? And why do you think it matters? Power doesn't give a shit what you have to say. It's not going to change. Sorry. Uh, you know who's more powerful? The guy in Tiananmen Square. Right. He wasn't anonymous. He's like, here I am. I'm going to stand in front of this tank. And what happens, happens. Anonymity doesn't work because it has no force, because there's no person behind it. Therefore, there's no possible action that you can associate with the statement. So speaking truth is worthless, and speaking truth to power is pointless. And that's assuming you ever know what truth is. And truth is a very tricky thing, right? Because not all truth is good, right? And most truth is ugly, not beautiful, ugly. And so who cares? Like, speak truth all you want. Like, everybody's speaking truth to Gavin Newsom. It's not going to change his mind. He's not going to become a better person ever, right? Not by speaking truth to him. Maybe something else will happen, but that's out of your control. It's out of my control. It's fine. Ixnum. I assume people are doing the online public confession because they don't have enough personal connections in real life. Yeah, almost certainly, dude. Almost certainly. But I don't think you can substitute personal connection with online connection. I don't think it works. I mean, I know that in the moment it seems to work. Like, I get all that, but like some of the stuff that's been done, uh, you know, particularly around the BOM Vanderclown crew, and I'm like, how horrific. And you know, they'll name their streams one thing and then not talk about that thing at all and talk about something else, and they think nothing of that. And I'm like, this does not look good for you. I don't know what to tell you, but this is not a good look. It's just not. I wish people around you were like encouraging you not to do that. And it's everywhere on YouTube, right? Not just there. It's everywhere on YouTube. But I'm just like, this is not. I mean, Lily Phillips to some extent, right? Like, this is not a good look, and someone should tell you that. But Don, yes, it's not, and I would consider myself one of those people. I'm still not going to do it. Yeah, well, no one should do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, you can reveal stuff about yourself and whatever, but some of the stories I hear are just so like, I'm like, you do not look good in this story. You think you do, but actually, there's no version of this story where you're gonna look good. Like, you just didn't do the right thing. Yeah, God, it's about being reborn in cyberpunk as an online child with an online birth date past 2004. Yep, it's a good date. Good date. And with all the memories of a past life, past real life, fun times. Well said. Well said. I got to agree with that. Don, blasphemy against the gods of those little cults definitely earns you a blast of mockery and insult. That, yes. Well, you can see some of that on the live chat of Vander Turkey's latest estuary live stream. Of course, I got pissed off and basically said you're a coward because I was a little tired. I wasn't gonna put up with it today. Young God, this account was made in 2006, so the online child is 18. It's my math. I don't think that's how it works, but okay. I mean, in physical material reality, sure, but yeah. Jacob at dawn, anonymity like everything else, good and bad, turn nothing into an idol. Yeah, well, and 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 keep things keep things that stray towards badness rare. And the fact that they happen should not be used as an example to say they should happen more or in this case, because that's not the way it's not the way rationality works. Ditto. Yes, I know when you said that, Jacob. Yes, absolutely did not necessarily need to be said, but I do appreciate the support as always. Um, that's one of the reasons why I've always had your back. Ixnat, maybe just put a saint's name on the building. Yeah, look, I mean, there's alternatives to putting your name on the building. Like I get that. Maybe those alternatives are better. You've got to remember though that the um, reality is fractal, and one of the problems we're running into is that uh, people with money behave differently and have different motivations from people without money. And the people without money don't understand that because they never had money, so they've never been in that situation. So they don't really understand what's going on, but they think they do, right? They see Obama and Trump talking, and they've got it all figured. You don't understand that at all. You just don't get it. You just don't get it, right? Because you're not capable of getting it because you've never been in that situation. And that's the problem. That's the problem. So I agree with you, Ixon. Also, I mean, I'm not going to make people do it. I don't think it's terrible that they put their name on the building. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't show good taste. That's for sure. Dawn, I wish someone would donate for a hospital wing and have it named after their dog. That happens. There's a few of those dogs and cats. Jacob, life is complex. If you know of things that are always good, yeah, you don't know those things and or don't know good. Yep. That is true. Life is very complex. Dawn, the Alliance Against Protestantism. I don't know. I'd sign up for that. I mean, I've already converted somebody to the church of the printing press was a bad idea and should be eliminated immediately, just based on one single rough draft that got turned into a book. Ixnon, I'm tempted to put comments up about the primordial presuppositions in iambic pentameter. I will hunt you down, sir. I will hunt you down if you do that. Zealous Jen, hey, it's Mark. Hey, man, good to see you. Hit the like button, folks. Yes, I agree. Hit the like button, please. The pirate zealot. Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm a zealot, but I'm a pirate. That's for sure. Yeah, it's good to see you. Your mission is a little more Christianese than mine. I try to avoid that as much as I can, although I could not avoid it this time because oh goodness. Yeah, at some point you just you bash up against the wall of secularism and it doesn't have the right words, you know? And then you got to exemplify things using more religious language, we'll say. But look, that's all I got. If you want to hop in, you don't have to stick to the topic, although it's helpful. Just don't only give me a personal freaking confession. I don't need that. This Carolina lap saying though, oh, this is good tea. Table Rock Tea Company, man. That American grown tea. It's awesome. Carolina Lapsang is 100% American grown. And I got to tell you, these freaking cookies, these cookies are phenomenal. They're actually wafer cookies with chocolate, and they're amazing. Like, I had them first time last night, and I was like, oh my God, what are these? These are heavenly cookies sent from above. I mean, they are so good. They're just so good. This is the box. Maybe we can get the name. There it is, kind of. Some German name thingy. I don't know. Castle, are you here? Are you actually here? Could you come and join us? No confessions. Confesses his love for tea and cookies. Yeah. Well, I don't think that's gonna boomerang affect me later in life, but if I have that much left anyway, so it's it's a tricky thing. You just need a space for confession. I didn't say all confession had to be private. You gotta have that private space. And that's a real problem. Like, I see that everywhere. That's, like, a huge problem. It's just I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why people do it. I don't know why they think it's a good idea. I don't know why they get there. Zealot's Den, would love to have you as a guest in the Zealot's Den. Well, maybe we can work that out. You better be sure of that though, buddy, because I don't I don't identify as Catholic or Christian, so that might pose a problem for your format. So, although I loved what you did with Father Eric, he really enjoyed it too. So I really appreciate that. Actually, that was quite a good video. He seemed to really enjoy it. Castle, I can neither confirm nor deny. Why are you doing this to me? Click that stupid link. Oh, I should pin it, huh? I forgot to pin it. Sometimes I can't pin it because there's bugs that crop up in the Google freaking thingy. But often I can. Incognito. I can't put up someone named Incognito who hasn't been on camera. Ixon, the Germans should run kitchens, not countries. Carl Benjamin. Did he say that? I love Carl Benjamin. When did he say that? When did he say that? That's fantastic. Yeah, I know it's you, but still. All right, I'll take a chance. Who knows? Incognito. This is good.
Thanks for having me on.
It's Kermit the Frog here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for allowing me to.
I didn't skip the intro this time. And
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I actually listened to the whole thing. So I'm trying to be as subversive as I can, but not in the way that I was the last time I was here. So I like to switch it up a little.
I like that. I like that. Let me answer this. Don, how do you identify Mark? I don't. Have you discussed it before? I never discuss it at all, publicly, privately, or otherwise. There are reasons for that. I don't know, Don, if you could handle how long was that live stream? There is a live stream where I actually demonstrate why and how good it is to not do that. And I don't know, maybe I'll put that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Just for fun. Just for fun. Uh-oh. Ixon. Cattle should have got the Guy Fawkes costume.
That's a good idea.
He might have been too busy. He's been pretty busy lately. Or he didn't actually know the topic ahead of time because he might not have been paying that close attention.
No, I was definitely paying attention.
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know.
He's right. Well, yeah, but yeah. Let me know when the whole being off camera thing wears off. I thought it was pretty funny, but no, I mean, the whole intro was excellent. I think you covered pretty much all the bases. I really liked what was the one bit. I mean, the whole thing, and I think you and I had kind of talked about this briefly last week. The whole thing of like the false piety of trying to be anonymous while doing something that would be good exemplification. I think that was very well elucidated.
Oh, good. Thanks. Well, that was the main point I was trying to get. A lot of the problems we see today are due to internet anonymity. Like the anonymity from the internet is like the rise of porn is that. And I know a lot of people, and I actually do know this history because I was there for a lot of it. A lot of people talk about, that porn drove the rise of the internet. That's actually true, but that's because the internet enabled it to exist in a fashion that it couldn't exist otherwise.
Yeah.
Right. And the amount of porn on the early internet before any of you knew about the internet, you have no idea. So everyone's like, oh, it's a recent net. It's like, sorry, bro. Not even close.
Probably the first thing that anyone did.
It's not the first, but the most of the content on the internet news groups was always porn. Just by volume of content. And maybe even by volume of total message count and not just total content count. I'd have to think more about that. You could probably get the numbers on that. I think Google preserved all the old Usenet stuff. Hopefully they stripped out all the porn, but who knows? There's a lot of stuff. A lot. Like a shockingly, you'd be amazed. Yeah, I know all about that. I started a business on that basis. So I came up with a technology. My friend implemented it, and then we bought the business from him. And I somehow failed to become Pornhub, which actually just kind of pisses me off at some level, but also glad I failed because that was a trap. Ixnam, because we outsource our sanity, self-identification is technically impossible. Yep, that's true. Right. You cannot self-identify. I mean, I know I've said that in previous streams, right? You can't self-identify. Don't be completely retarded. People are always constantly, yeah. Yes, your nickname gets assigned to you. And yes, sometimes you can get it changed or you can negotiate for a better nickname. That's also true. But also your nickname gets assigned to you. So suck it up. What else was good, Castle? What else did you what did you learn that you didn't know before? How's that?
I learned how to better be anonymous. Yeah, thank you for giving me all the tips. I can now be way more efficient.
All right, I have to close my YouTube channel down forever now.
Oh no. Yeah, immediately used it for evil right away.
Exactly.
Goodness. And that's the thing, I listened to the whole thing, but okay, so I did learn one thing. Apparently YouTube has added the ability to listen at 3 times speed now. So I may or may not have done that for the first 15 minutes of your monologue. I was looking forward to it, but they finally did it. They should not have. That was a mistake. I bet you that the person who implemented that doesn't have their name public.
Yeah, that's possible.
Let's see what else. I mean, yeah, just the exemplification thing is just such a huge factor. I mean, and then that aspect of just being, if you're remaining anonymous while someone else is not doing it, and then they're the only ones doing the signal, then it's just like they wind up just automatically having a monopoly.
Right. True. And then you see more monopolies in the world than there actually are.
Right. And then that's where you get that whole thing where it's like the you got the vocal minority, something like that.
Right.
Yeah, that's incredibly dangerous. Like that's one of those things that just kind of clicked where it's like, oh yeah, it was right there. That you have all of these people, or you get the thing with I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it's exactly the same thing, but you have that deal where you talked about before where most people actually don't vote Republican or Democrat. But
right.
Also like I have no idea who these people are, and they're not setting like a loud enough signal. So at the end of the day, and a lot of times, I mean, maybe they're just voting for like Vermin Supreme or whoever, but like even that, like they're not signaling it well enough for me to even know that that's what they're doing.
Right, and unless you're really good at signals, and really good at knowing yourself and knowing your biases, you would be surprised by the outcome of last election. I mean, I was like, nah, I mean, this is pretty clear. And I was telling people, months and months before the way the voting was going to go, just because you can look at yard signs. you can look at the ratio of yard signs in neighborhoods that you know, and you tell right away which way the vote's going to go.
Yeah.
Now, they're anonymous with respect to conversation, right? And so everybody who voted for the losing team went, wow, I guess all these people I talked to, they weren't all doing what they said, right? They may have appeared to be on board with me saying, go run my team, but actually they weren't.
Mm.
And so they persisted with madness a lot longer than need be. And now they're actually crazier because the world was hidden to them. It was veiled.
Yeah.
And now the veil's off and they lost the election and they're like, right. And boy, it's not good. It drives people crazy, right? It drives people actually crazy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like what that.
Ixnay. Yeah, or they only signal at election time. Yeah, but again, the not yeah, that's a strong signal at the end that doesn't move people in the middle. What moves people is other people. Not that ads don't work or anything, but also like they talk about they'll talk about these things at these higher fractal layers, right? And they'll say, well, it moves the needle to do this, right? And it moves the needle in statistically, relevant fashion or whatever, right? And people play this game with things like Alcoholics Anonymous, all the time. And it's like Alcoholics Anonymous is the most successful way to get out of an addiction, right? By far, it's twice as effective as any other method. It's still terrible results.
Yeah. Well, they
And
got
so
worse, right? Because it was founded by a doctor and a nun, and then as soon as they decided to become anonymous, then the stats went through the floor.
That also true, right? And yeah, and it's the same with elections. Like, sure, the engagement with, we'll say, with individuals, right, who are telling you things. Maybe they're on TV saying, "Oh, you should vote for this candidate because," right? Definitely moves the needle, but it doesn't move it very much. It doesn't move it anything compared to your neighbors saying, "No, we're voting this way." Like that moves the needle a lot more, a lot more. And people never, like, nobody ever tells you that, right? I mean, it's in the data. There are white papers on it here and there, but no one ever tells you that. Right. And so not being anonymous and actually speaking your mind and taking the hits for that, because you're going to take hits for that, that's way better for everybody.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, you automatically get the nanny boohoo points without taking them. Like, I never have to tell people, like, I told you so, because they know, I know,
Yeah.
and I know they know. And so I don't have to say it. Right.
Well,
and then that reduces the friction. It's when you have to say it because it wasn't obvious that things become a problem.
Yeah, there's something that was kind of on my mind, and I'm now seeing it within the frame of anonymity. Is you have that thing that I think I had talked to you, maybe this was like 2 weeks ago or something like that, about, it was a brief thing about exemplars, and I know you talked about exemplars in the in your intro here, and the importance of being somewhere close in the fractal layers. So someone that's just below or on the same level or just one level above. The more layers of separation you get, it's more difficult to kind of follow and relate to that example. But at the same time, if you have people who could set that example, and they are on those fractal levels with or around you, and then they're not doing it, then you might wind up picking up on signals from higher or lower fractal layers if you're, the layers that you can actually take actions upon and mimic. So some points that you made last week, that becomes not just more difficult, but depending on how few people do it or if no one does it, it becomes completely impossible. And then you have people overreaching for completely unattainable standards.
Right.
Maybe that, and I think you also touched on this in your intro today, like things that are related or not to your state in life. And you wind up overreaching to, like, something pertaining to an office that you either could never have or at least don't currently have.
Right.
And it's wildly inappropriate to wind up taking those steps. Or you wind up doing a thing where maybe all the moral exemplars are, they've become anonymous because they're piously doing, donations without anyone knowing. And then the best exemplar you can get for, adult strength is like gangster rap or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what happens. Yeah. Well said. Yeah, you end up with all kinds of problems without proper exemplification. And if you're being anonymous, you're removing proper exemplification from the world, and then everyone's doing stuff. And that's the other problem with the internet. Like, it just spreads out your attention.
Yeah.
So a bunch of things are happening anonymously, even though those people aren't being anonymous, but you're just not aware of what's going on. Right? And so you might look at a live chat and say, oh, this is, a troll who's been trolling all along. And it's like, what if they're not? What if they're just somebody who knows something you don't, and they're pointing at something important, and you've misread as troll, maybe because you've been told or whatever, right? Like, that's a bad situation to be in, right? Because now you think that person's like an enemy or something, and they're trying to give you important information, but they're anonymous to you. You don't know who they really are, and that's the fault of everybody else. Like, oh, this person's been around. We know who they are. They have critiques, right? And they've been giving us those critiques. Like, that's a huge difference. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that would do negative contrast like that. But if you happen to meet anyone like that, just let me know.
Just don't watch any live streams by Paul Vanderklay today, or 2 weeks ago, or don't watch any of the S Cherry live streams. Yeah, that's
right. Yeah,
and
I have zero familiarity, so
it's very funny. It's very funny. Well, I know all those guys, so I knew what they were up 2 years ago. So watching it all unfold, and then all the new kids, because they have a high churn over there. It's like, you're a troll. I'm like, actually, no. And I've met Paul, and you haven't, many times, and you haven't, not once. So
yeah,
you're barking up the wrong tree. You're attacking the wrong guy. But go right ahead.
Well, I think I'm convinced, Mark. I think anonymity isn't good. It's very difficult to say, So I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and come off my veil here. So
that's even better. Well done.
Yeah, I'm glad I can show my true self. Maybe now I can start telling some personal stories.
Yeah, I like that you've given us your authentic true self.
Yeah, this is my truth.
Speak your truth, Mr. Non-Anonymous.
Speak your truth, the power.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
That was good. I wondered because I was like, sounds a little muffled.
Yeah, just a little.
It could just be bad audio. Oh no.
Yeah, no. And
no.
It would be a fair assumption. Yeah, no, you were spot on, but I mean, very outdated technology, so it wouldn't be super off character, but I would absolutely downgrade my technology as a joke. But no.
Of course you would.
One of these days I'll show up and like, what's the lowest possible P, I guess, that you could get in a
480.
480?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody's got to make a 240 out there. I don't know.
I mean, you can get 240, but it's not a P at that point. I don't think. I think that, if I'm remembering correctly, that standard is pegged to the tech. It's not pegged to the number. It's pegged to the tech.
Oh, okay.
And I think 240 is the previous tech. I could be wrong about that because it's not really my area, but I think the lowest P is actually 240, and I mean is actually 480, and 720 was the mid standard, and then the 1080 was the high one.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, when you look at them, it seems like nonlinear scaling.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it has to do with the tech. You don't talk in scan lines on an LCD screen. And P is the thing I think that deals with non-scanline devices.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, because before that it's interlaced and non-interlaced, and because that's interlaced as scan lines. So I think the liquid crystal display stuff is all P based, but I think 480 is the lowest on that. But also, who knows whether or not these people go with, whether or not they follow the standard. Because a lot of companies are just
Right.
like, we're just gonna put a P here to make it sound new.
Yeah.
It's like, no, 240 is still 240. It doesn't matter if it's on an LCD screen or a CRT, because it's 240. It's gonna look pretty close to the same on either tech because it's just low res. But yeah, I think that's where it is. Randy says interlaced, yes, interlaced and non-interlaced, but that's for CRTs. You don't do interlaced and non-interlaced on an LCD screen because it doesn't. There is no interlacing. It doesn't lace or inter.
So there's also, now I'm just kind of thinking of the dishonest brands and that type of thing. You see those knockoff like like the Chinese versions of the brands, or like the dollar store version of some random thing, and sometimes it's actually the same product, which is pretty funny,
right?
And just kind of relabeled. But there is something really interesting about. I don't know if you have any particular insights on if you took something like a Nike shoe, and then people at the factory took it and then rebranded it as something that sounds like Nike and looks like that logo, and then sells exactly the same product. Like, there's a certain level of, okay, it's not that, but also it's obviously that. And it's like this negative or like parasitic mimicry or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually where you get lawsuits, right? And one of the problems is that I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was LG for a while. This may not still be true, but like LG made all the parts for the displays for Samsung. And so if you wanted a cheap Samsung TV, right? But it didn't work for all of the models because the electronics were different. And that actually makes a huge the display is one thing, but if the driver's not right, then the display can still look like crap. But yeah, and I don't know that that's still true. The same was true for Sony. One of the other off-brand TVs that sold for half as much money. Yeah, is it a TCL TV right now? And it's amazing. It's so cheap. I was like, yeah, I really wanted like the Samsung OLED, and then I found out the OLEDs don't last as long. So I'm like, all right, well, we'll get one of these. I forget what they're called. Nanoparticle LCD whatever nonsense it is. Yeah. I'm sure it's a great tech, but also I don't really care that much. But yeah, I mean, we still could have gotten the Samsung version of that, or we could get this one, and it was like half as much money. And I was like, well, it's like, come on. Yeah. At a certain point, right? Like, I'm not, yeah, if I had lots of extra money to throw around, it would be theater quality all the way, projector on the wall, DLP, right? But yeah. I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not up for it. I'm not up for it. Don, could you type the name of the cookies so I can look for them online? Camera didn't focus before. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 5 minutes behind. Oh, yeah. No, these cookies with tea are amazing. Let me see if I can type the name. They are. Oh, it's an H. It's Balsen. Okay. Here, I will. Well, let me put it in the big chat, and then everybody will get it. And they're German. You got to get them at like World Market or something. Yeah, and do they have a name? Coco Leibniz, of course, dark. Is that how you spell Leibniz? Yeah. Okay, I think I got it. That looks like them. They're ridiculous. They're ridiculously yummy. Like they're criminal. These are criminal cookies. They should either be illegal or mandatory. I can't decide which.
They need to remain
one
anonymous before people find them. I said they need to remain anonymous before people find them.
Yes, yes.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
you
we
won't
have
be
a
able to
world
find
market.
any.
We used to have a world market like right at the mall that's
Mm.
5 miles from my house, but it closed, and
Oh,
kind of upset about that because I used to just drive down there and get blood orange soda and various cookies from Europe, and now I have to drive all the way into town. Yeah,
oh,
it is right off the highway at least, but still. Of
I
course,
don't.
I don't have to drive into town anymore, so I don't really care that much. But
Yeah,
somebody has to drive all the way into town and get them.
you send off your war rig to pick up cookies. I
I have a domestic servant now. It's fantastic.
mm,
I highly recommend domestic servants.
yeah, I'll get to working on that. The Yeah, I haven't actually seen a world market in a. I don't think I've seen a world market since I moved to this state, which means I haven't seen a world market in like 8 years or something like that. That doesn't mean that they're not there. I've probably just passed right by them without seeing them. But it used to be that like there were two of them nearby where I used to live, and
Really?
yeah,
Well, they're a
so
West Coast chain, right? They're not even
yeah,
called World Market in California. They're called something else.
I think there's like a subtitle probably, but the world market was at least still in the name when I was there. Um, But yeah, I used to love going over there because I would get my Japanese Ramune sodas, the little ones where you pop the marble in. And then there was another one. Darn it. I forgot what it was called, but it was like they came in these really nice, like futuristic metal bottles. And there was like a melon flavored one that was absolutely insane. Have you ever had like those Japanese chewing gums that like the flavor vanishes in 10 seconds, but it's amazing?
Probably a billion years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that, but a drink. Probably super bad for you, but it was delicious. So I would go over there, I would get my Japanese sodas, and then I would go to the English section. I would get HP sauce so I could put that on my burgers, and I would just recolonize the British thing and just slap it on an American burger. It was amazing.
Cost Plus. That's what they used to be called.
Interesting.
And they were owned by Bed Bath and Beyond for a while.
That explains all the hammocks and like benches and stuff.
Yeah, but they're great for foreign candies and stuff. And
Oh
like,
yeah,
Mom used to get me British candy there all the time. And
nice.
then I discovered blood orange soda from Italy, and that
Oh
was
yeah, yeah, yeah,
blood
yeah.
orange soda is great.
Like the one where it's got like the levers on the side and you have to like
Yep,
lift up. Yep. I love those. Those were insane.
yep, yeah. All the exotic sodas, but you can also get like gummy candies without the bad dyes in them
Mm.
because they're illegal in Europe. So you got to dig sometimes to make sure they're the ones coming from Europe. But yeah, Maltesers. I always made fun of my mom because when she finally introduced me to Maltesers, I was like, "How come you didn't introduce me to these when I was young?" And I thought Whoppers were good. And no, look, I'm not turning down a box of Whoppers, okay?
Yeah.
But also, Maltesers are so much better. It's if you brought your kid up and you didn't introduce him to Maltesers, you should probably be imprisoned. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. It's not my fault. That's just true of the world. I can't help it. It's a feature of reality. Maltesers are amazing. So yeah, we used to get Maltesers there, but like Maltesers are now like a lot of the high-end grocery stores or I don't know if they're mid-tier grocery stores now or what they Kroger's, Publix, Harris Teeter down here. They have like little sections for foreign candies and stuff.
Mm.
And yeah, it they yeah, they usually carry Maltesers. They just don't usually carry all the sizes or anything, right? They'll have the tiny bags, which are better because then I can't eat too many of them. It's very hard.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense. Oh goodness,
yeah,
you would become like 600 pounds in a week if you went to Australia. Have you seen how they love candy?
no,
They are addicted to candy. Like when
yeah,
I went there, it was
yeah, it
candy
doesn't surprise me.
shops every because they hiked up. It was actually really funny. They hiked up the taxes on sugar because Australia is like one of their major exports is sugar, I think. Like they have like an enormous amount of sugar. So they were like, okay, we don't want people to eat too much sugar, so we're going to just rank the prices all the way up. And they did. They ranked them up super, super high. I don't remember how much, but it was like their dollars are worth more than ours, and even still, like, to buy candy was absurdly, absurdly high, even in their money. And
Wow.
there's like shopping malls and all these other different places, and even just like open markets, and then also just like standalone stores. There's so many candy shops. And what's amazing is that all of the American candies that would be familiar to us are foreign to them, and they have special flavors that we don't have.
Right.
So it's like,
right.
oh yeah, if you want like, strawberry banana flavored Twix or whatever, just like something weird, like they just had all that crazy stuff. And like
Right.
you go to 7-Eleven, which they also have, and it's, you walk in, it's exactly the same as any other 7-Eleven, but all of the drinks are like these weird exotic flavors of American stuff. It's like, it's insane, but it's all just pure sugar. It's insane.
So you've been to Australia then?
I was there for 2 weeks. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. I want to
Yeah.
go.
You should.
I could visit Jesse. That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
I probably drove right past them. I I wouldn't be too surprised, because I mean, it's not that far from well, I was in Sydney for a couple of days, so I mean,
Really?
chances are high. But yeah, I mean, Sydney is absolutely loaded with, at least they were roughly 10 years ago when I was there, but they were absolutely loaded up with candy shops, and the people were
Oh.
so nice. I mean, they were absolutely wonderful. But yeah, just big candy fans. I was amazed.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess they hide it. They remain anonymous in their addiction. So
There's so many things like that kind of remain veiled, and people don't realize everybody's looking at things from their own personal private perspective and not really understanding what impact that might have one layer up or one layer down. Right? You never know who's watching, right? You often hear those people with kids like, where did you learn to say that? And it's like, from you, mommy.
You're right. Yeah.
I would never say that around you. It's like, oh no, the kid came up with it spontaneously.
Yeah.
Sure. Duh.
And what's interesting is like the response a lot of times after a parent hears something like that is, now I need to be more anonymous when I'm doing that behavior. Not I need to correct that behavior so that I have a certain level of consistency between when I might be overheard versus when I'm obviously, aware of a listener. So.
Right, but that's also a good example of there are certain things you should say and certain ways to say them in certain places, right?
Yeah.
And that's what people struggle with. They don't realize how deep the equality doctrine is in them. And so they start going down this road where they're like, oh no, everything needs to be the same, and therefore I should talk the same all the time because otherwise I'm not authentic. And it's like, wow, that's the opposite of how everything should work. But then they can't differentiate, right? And suddenly they think it's bad that people have a separation of concerns, right?
Right.
And yeah, I mean, the politician that cheats on his wife should still not advertise that to everybody else. Like, I don't know what else to say, right? Like that politician should exemplify a better version of himself and not try to be his authentic self all the time when people are watching, because that's worse, right? It's not better. And that's the problem. That's when people run into problems. But they don't see these lines. They can't make the discernment. And that's probably where I need to go next, is like how to do this crazy discernment thing. Because that seems to be where people are ultimately struggling.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, like, I definitely agree with your point. I would probably just add that, the whole, like you said before, you can't properly, I mean, it's ridiculous to try to like self-identify, but also there's the thing of like, that if that guy's authentic self is cheating on his wife or something like that, it's just like, yeah, he's self-identifying as something that's bad. But,
Right.
So it's better for the public that no one hears about it. It's probably better that the guy in his job is also not doing perverse stuff on the side. But
Mhm.
in the case of like modesty of speech or something like that, I agree that I don't use swear words 99% of the time, but if there's a fire, like people are going to know the contrast because I'm good. That's where I'm going to deploy it right there, so I can
Exactly.
get you moving. It's not
Exactly.
I'm not going to be still super super pleasant if I need to get your attention right now. You know,
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, you gotta save you've gotta save the margin for when it's needed. You
yeah,
can't use it all the time. And the marginal people are like, "No, we need to be in use all the time." It's like, "No, but you're not useful all the time. You're
yeah.
only useful during certain times." And that's like a super huge problem that people don't see. Ixnay, children are like their parents with less self-control. Can confirm. Yes. That's sort of what it means to be a child is you don't have really any self-control or enough or something. Yeah, and they mimic you, right? Because they've got nothing else really, right? You're their primary source of exemplification. So you're gonna be the primary mimicker in chief. So they're just
Well,
gonna mimic you and that's gonna be it.
so now I'm thinking because I didn't miss listening to it, but I missed participating in the mimicry stream. And I'm just kind of seeing, and of course, this is the natural progression of the points that you made there. I'm thinking of the thing of, okay, you leave the margin for when you need it, because of course, like inserting the margin into the center just overturns everything. And sometimes you have to do that in order to get people's attention. But at the same time, you shouldn't be doing that, as you said, over and over again, because then you're just causing the
Right.
thing to spin. But in the case of in the children who are observing a certain type of behavior, that if they see dad, yell some swear words to get everybody out of the house because the carbon monoxide detector or something like that is going off,
Mhm.
that's one thing versus building up the data set. Like it should still, the marginal behavior should still remain an outlier across time as well. Like it's not, you don't just open the door and then all of a sudden all of it, like it kind of, you put it back in the box, or you push it back to the margins for later use as needed. But I'm just thinking of that thing of like building up a data set. So like also the signaling of like putting out good exemplification, depending on, like say in the case of a martyr, like that's a very loud, overt
Mm.
sort of exemplification that you can only really do once. But if you're doing a sort of lower volume exemplification that isn't a one and done, that it's also necessary to exemplify the good behavior across time and maybe at different volumes depending on circumstances.
Mhm. Yeah. I it it's it's hard to sort of convince people or get them to track the rise of anonymity with the fall of good behavior
Mm,
because of exemplification, because no one's talking about exemplification. The importance of that, we're all stuck on the propositional and the words, and it's, that's that's not how it works. You don't talk people into and out of things. That doesn't actually happen. Very rarely, but like that's not what's going on. Uh, it,
yeah,
People will follow behavior long before they'll listen to a word you say, whether they seem to be listening or not. And it's just, and you can't necessarily make your words and your actions match as correctly. We'll say, like it's very hard to do. Words are so limiting, and actions are so rich. It's just
mhm,
right. That's why I just measure people by whether or not they take invitations effectively. Right, like it doesn't have to be me inviting them, to participate with me, right? But like, you can say, "Oh, look, you're interested in entrepreneurship. You should join a group local to you that talks about entrepreneurship." And if they don't do that, I know right away it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, right? Because they're not willing to do what it takes. They're not willing to participate. They're not willing to send the message, right? They want to remain disconnected, which is a form of anonymity, right? And that's the problem. Like they don't connect those things at all. Um, and it's starker when it's you. It's starker when you say, "Hey, you come on the Discord server, you can contribute, you can be part of this." you could give me your thoughts and get them read on a live stream, right? You can come on the live stream. We can talk it out, right? Like that's much more clear. But it doesn't have to be that clear. It can be as simple as inviting people to do something locally, and if they don't do it, like it just tells you everything. Like you really don't need other information, and talking to them is going to help. It's going to make it worse because they're not going to have any sort of clue about, um, you know, they're not going to have any clue about what they're up to because they don't like you don't know what you're up to, right? Jordan Peterson says you don't know what you're up to. So if you're not willing to engage and get feedback from others, you don't know. You don't know how sane you are. Eris Bay? I don't know. You guess the riddle. Nah. I'm going to opt out of guessing the riddle. Is anonymity related to mass ideology? I don't think so. I don't know what mass ideology would be. That is lost in the crowd, as in the crowd, and there is lost in the crowd in a more solipsistic, introverted way. I don't know if it works that way. This is wordplay. I don't know that I can relate anonymity at all to whatever mass ideology could possibly be, because I can think about 4 ways to parse that. And there is lost in the crowd, and lost, and there is last in the crowd. Yeah, uh, there's all kinds of in the crowds. I think the problem is that when you don't feel seen, it's often that you don't feel seen by the group you want to be seen by. And the problem is maybe you're not supposed to be seen by that group. That's not anonymity, right? The fact of the matter is that to the king, you may be anonymous. Like, I get that, right? But that's not the way the king thinks of it. And that's not the way you should think of it. And the fact that people think that way is the problem because they're not recognizing the proper relationship in the hierarchy. And so the fact that you are one person among many to those above you, and those above you may be institutions or structures or communities or groups, right? Or governments, right? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Those are all above you, right? More than one person is above one person. At some level, it's that simple. Um, they have to be cohesive and nameable, of course, but like that would be an institution or a government, for example. But the fact that you're not seen, we'll say, in the way you want to be, does not make you anonymous. And you can object and say, well, that's one way to look at it. It's a bad way to look at it, right? Because it's not supposed to work that way ever. And if you try to make it work that way, you'll destroy the world. And this goes back to what David Walker was saying earlier with speaking truth to power. Like, you're not supposed to speak truth to power. Most true things are irrelevant to the world. They're just irrelevant. Like, truth is not an interesting factor. The sky is blue. Gravity's pulling you down. Gravity would pull you down at a different rate on Mars. I mean, we could go on, right? But this is why John Vervaeke's relevance realization point is important and interesting, even if maybe undefinable. So what ends up happening is, if you think you're supposed to be anonymous and you start acting out that pattern, you're destroying exemplification and mimicry and therefore the world. And then, like, this is, and again, it's not never, but it is almost never. So don't be thinking you know the difference either. And once you go down that rabbit hole, right? I mean, it's useful to have fun and poke fun with, right? Incog.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, I knew I could count on you for the perfect answer. Yeah, and that's where people get confused. Like people get very confused by layers because we're so steeped in equality doctrine. It's just like, yeah, you know what? The president is a guy and you're a guy. I get that. Right. And like, yeah, he puts his pants on the same way I do, whatever, but also,
He's
right,
literally
you don't
me.
have this. Like Elon Musk is just a really smart guy with a lot of money. And he got that money from being really smart, except he didn't. Right. There was way more going on there. Right. His starting point was $750,000 cash to blow at will, which is just like that's the best way to learn. Have somebody give you $750,000, you and your brother, and you guys can figure out how to blow it effectively, starting and failing in a bunch of companies. Wish I had that head start. I did not. Right? I was homeless, made all my own money. Working for actual minimum wage, by the way. Managed to get an apartment in Brookline, Massachusetts, very expensive. Although I got a very cheap apartment for where I was living, and then managed to save up enough to buy a house eventually. Right? And so when people come to me and say, "Oh, there's minimum wage jobs," I'm just like, the thing is, like, what you don't realize because you don't have a way to understand this. If they did that to me in person, I would knock them out, and I do mean knock them out, and I mean they would be on the ground unconscious for some period of time because that just pisses me off because I did it, and you're telling me there's no way for you to do it, and I'm like, no, there is. I did it. Like, you just need to get over yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe I couldn't live in a waterfront condo in Boston. No shit. Also, if you're willing to make the right sacrifices for long enough and live with dirty, smelly, druggy hippies, it can be done. Right? But you've got to be willing to do all those things and live with roommates, some of whom you may not like and still want to kill to this day because it would be better for the world. But also, like, and if you're not willing to do that, that's fine. But you created that problem. The world did not impose that problem on you. And that's, again, this is part of the discernment. Like, yeah, there's lots of limitations in the world, right? But if you're willing to do things that other people are not willing to do, you can get ahead. You just have to be willing to do those things. And this is why I'm always cracked up when people are like, "You're so mean." I'm like, oh, honey, you need to meet me in person. You need to see somebody actually like annoy me and what happens to them. Sometimes physically, because I have no compunction whatsoever against giving you a strong. People have thanked me years later. Boy, I'm glad you backhanded me, Mark, because I had no idea how annoying I was until you did that. Oh, I'm glad it worked out. I remember how pissed you were at the time. I'm glad it's 10 years later, and we maintained a friendship the whole time. By the way,
Yeah.
right? Nobody thinks that's possible. I'm like, I do it all the time, literally all the time. It's not an issue. Physical disagreements with people and still talking to them is definitely a thing that can happen. Not in all cases. You don't want to go to a bar and start a fight, try to make a friend. That might happen, but I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it.
Oh, man.
Sally Joe, look at this. They really can't because their pathetic tears make it impossible. They're pathetic tears, exactly. But I'm weak and pathetic. I can't possibly pull myself up from my bootstraps. But I'm an individual. I was like, well, you're kind of screwed there then, buddy, aren't you? You're not, and that is not accepting help. Like, I don't want roommates. Well, then how do you think the world's going to unfold for you? It's bad. Sally Joe, the constitutionally weak will be mediocre employees forever because they cannot work for themselves. Yeah, well, and they cannot work for their own benefit. Right? It's worse. Like, they can't work for their own benefit. Right? They can only work for the man. It's like, no, you work for you. Like, all the time, whether you have a boss or not, you work for you. And maybe you're going to get a bad boss because you're definitely going to get a bad boss. And maybe you need to put up with that for a while until you can get a better boss. That, I'll tell you one thing. The employees that got raises and got to move up in companies the most, who actually deserved it, were the people who would put up with a bad boss and still do really good work. Because everybody was like, oh, that guy can't keep anybody in his department. And this guy's doing stellar work for him. And everybody hates him. We don't want him to succeed. Let's take away his successful employee and make him my successful employee.
Yeah.
Now I knock out my enemy and improve my status at the same
Yeah,
time.
why not?
And if you think that doesn't happen, I've heard that conversation
Oh yeah,
more than
I
once.
believe it.
I've
Yeah, I
heard
believe
that. I've heard people actually admit that. You know, it's not surprising to be like, of course, that's what you should do as a good boss. You should get all the good people under you and screw all the competition. That's how you become the vice president, man.
And
Sorry, I hate to, because recognizing talent is the only skill you need as a good boss. Right? That's that one skill, even if you're an asshole. That's Steve Jobs. That's the story of Apple.
yeah,
I think Steve Jobs was a jerk. No one liked working for him. 0 people liked working for him. 0. Right? Nobody liked his interference. Nobody. But he knew talent. And it's all you need. The rest of it's irrelevant. He had other features too. Like he had really good vision. Like he really understood things. Like he really understood things. All right, let's get some comments. Arisby, do we contrast anonymity as a singular pointer-like thing with the full interior depth of a personality? Yeah, we can do that. Institutions are often opaque, but these days individuals approach full-blown predictability. Oh, I see you're doing a double contrast. Yeah. Binaries are so hard. Yeah, I think I'll do it this way. So anonymity is one purpose from one perspective, right? It doesn't matter how many things you want to happen as the result of it, right? It's a single purpose. Like, I want to be anonymous and do this thing, right? Rat on this person, for example, right? Who's maybe should be ratted on. Like maybe no one's willing to stand up to the bully and do the thing, right? Like fine, fair enough. Like use an anonymous email thingy, whatever, Proton Mail exists. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. That's fine. Not the best thing in the world. As opposed to being able to fully connect your actions to the world, like the full depth of personality, right? Being able to understand things together, right? And it is that separation, as though you can just do one thing by being anonymous, that causes a problem, right? Or do one thing one way. And then I'll deal with the second of this, right? Institutions are often opaque. Well, they aren't. They're opaque to you based on your involvement, right? But these days, individuals approach full-blown predictability. Right. Well, you're not an individual. You do mimic things, right? You get stuck in these, and then there's these patterns, right? But you get stuck in the mimicry of the pattern. And so if you think that being in government is all about taking bribes and getting things done for people, and that enriches you, then when you grow up, if you also get into government, you are going to behave that way, whether you like it or not, right? Like, not everybody, but like this. And so what you'll get over time is a government full of people that act like that, right? And so their individuality goes away because it was never there. Individualism is a lie. It's a psyop that you do on yourself. It's an impossible circumstance because you're embedded in a world that pre-existed you. And so the zombies are fully known. And that's what you become when you try to be an individual. You're actually just a zombie. Like that's actually what happens to you, right? The institutions are often very open. It's very strange to me. Like a lot of people say, like, "Oh, those guys are like this secret shadow cabal," and I'm like, you can literally go to their meetings; they're open. You can just go meet all the people there. They'll introduce themselves and say hi. You won't be able to talk during the meeting, right? But like they'll let you in. Like it's not a big deal. And not all organizations are like that, but most of the ones people are afraid of are actually like that. Like it's for real. You just go, people love to show off, especially if they think they're part of, like, the amount of bragging the CIA does is just freaking absurd given their garbage record at doing things. Uh, and I'm not saying abolish the CIA, although most days I think so. Um, because some of their wins have been big wins that you don't know about or understand. I'm not claiming I know about them either, but I have it on good authority. Some of their wins are big wins, very big wins, right? But yeah, 90% of the stuff they do, complete garbage and backfires horribly. That's true of most things, by the way. Like, the amount of money corporations waste on bad ideas. Like, I could tell you some stories, but you wouldn't believe any of them. You'd be like, no one would do that. And yes, corporations is like Tuesday at a corporation. The amount of money people wasted moving to cloud when it's 5 times more expensive, even after all those numbers were well known and well published, it's stunning to me. It's always stunning. It pisses me off because I used to build, before clouds existed. I built what would be considered a cloud, right? So I was always like, why are you wasting your money with Amazon? I can just build this for you for like none of that cost. And you could run it forever for like a fifth or a tenth the cost. You already have everything you need. No. We want to go to the cloud. We want to be cool. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
That was like
Sally
there
Joe.
was.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just
talk.
gonna say I completely believed the. Yeah, thank you for recognizing me as I identify. The I completely believe the corporations doing all that ridiculous stuff with their money, because there was, like, I literally watched, it wasn't a corporation, but I literally watched leadership in an office environment spend $15,000 on a wooden box that didn't do what they thought it was going to do, and then there was no refunds. Like, they spent $15,000 on a giant wooden box that was supposed to serve as a place where they could fit their servers, and then it just overheated because there was no ventilation. But it looked nice until they had to turn it sideways, and it took up half the room. But
Nice. Yeah. You'd be surprised. Sally Joe, 6 roommates while I owned a house I didn't get to live in to keep it. Yep.
Mhm.
And it wasn't even the only solution, but I didn't find a better solution. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, you get to think outside the box if you want to like solve these problems. And then that paid off big time later. These little sacrifices in the moment pay off 10, 100, 1,000x in 3, 5, 10 years. Is the purpose of reputation and consequences tracking? I mean, your reputation is related to consequences, right? It's also related to constraint. This is what people miss, right? Like, oh, he has a reputation, so he can do what he wants. It's like, well, your reputation comes with responsibilities. And if you abuse them, you get the movie Roadhouse. Great movie. Someday I want to enact that ending. Someday, I think about it all the time. I've got all these scenarios. I've already got my targets picked. It would be good. It'd be betterment of the world. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really cover it, but well, that's because that's going to be the personal responsibility live stream, which now I have to remember to do. So I have to put that on my live streams list. Yeah, I think consequences. We haven't been considering consequences, right? That's one of the problems, and we haven't been doling out consequences either, right? Like, we've been reluctant to punish bad people for bad behavior, left, right, and center. The irreversible tendency of building up reputation and obligation, mortgage, kids, college, etc., are like a gravity of self-preservation for the institution. It inverts. If those patterns are real for society, which I think they are, and the lower levels aren't acting them out, it is the upper levels' responsibility to try and fill that gap, because they're real patterns, right? And that's the problem. When you have real patterns, you can deny them all day long, but they're still there, and the consequences are still there. So I think that's more what you're getting at. This is like gang initiation because the personal conscious is slowly inverted and the locus of self is displaced onto the gang. I don't think it gets inverted. I mean, I think again that it's the purpose of. I mean, it's the problem of mimicry. You have to mimic most of your stuff. Like you have no choice. It's not. You just have to outsource a bunch of things, right? Some of it to your unconscious, or well, I'll say most of your sort of personal level stuff to your unconscious, but then you have to outsource everything else above you, and most of the stuff that you do to a mimicked pattern. And hopefully it just matches, what you need. It's the purpose. This is about anonymity. Yeah, again, Ixnon. I'm not sure which Mortal Kombat character Mr. Nito looks closest to. Noob Sailbot. No one else is close. Yeah, you do look rather like a fertile wombat.
Thank you. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, the whole fertile wombat thing, or a ninja.
Yeah, I'll settle for that.
Did you catch the ninja technique that I told everybody about on stream?
I don't think so.
So good. Yeah, we'll go over it someday. I'll teach you ninja technique. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, don't hold out on me. I need it for my look.
Yeah, Yoshida Kim. He wrote a bunch of little tiny books that were about ninja techniques, and at least 2 of them I know of work because I did them and they worked. I was like, wow, that's amazing. That's pretty cool.
There was, I think there was something you talked about. I don't know where you did. It was probably Father Eric's stream or something like that. It was the thing of like the jujitsu guys like pulling guard and just like lying on the ground waiting, and you're like, yeah, there's ways around that. It's the thing I thought was just like throwing stars. What are they gonna do?
No, actually, no, they're all missing the plot, right? Because they're stuck in a mimic pattern. So they expect to go into the octagon and fight, and then one person doesn't fight, and they don't know what to do. So they try to fight. Right. But the proper thing to do is to just let them be on the ground.
Yeah, just stand there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because they can't attack.
Yeah, I guess I was imagining like a street fight situation. Just start throwing things at you.
Well, that's the problem. And somebody mentioned this the other day. Boy, I forget where I saw it. But they were like, yeah, so and such, one of the greatest fighters in the world got his ass handed to him at a bar. It's like, well, yeah. But like, if you read what Bruce Lee wrote about this, it was very clear, right? Bruce Lee would just annihilate all the UFC guys. He would just wipe the floor with all of them, and they don't like they would not believe me, right? But I actually understand why, and there's a physics problem there, and they don't like none of them get it. Like they really don't. There's when you're out in the world and there's like a random unknown landscape, and even if we'll say the physical landscape, but there's different people in it, that's a random unknown landscape too. Less of one maybe, but still random and unknown. There are certain fighting styles that work, and most of them don't.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to know that. And the problem with Bruce Lee is he was probably just the fastest human to ever have human. Like the quickness on that guy it's so stunning to me every time I see it. And now we've been watching Bruce Lee because I have Bruce Lee.
Oh, yeah.
I got him for Christmas. So.
Nice.
And then we got a Blu-ray player to watch them with.
Yeah.
So yeah, watching Chuck Norris's first movie where he fights Bruce Lee in the Roman Coliseum. Still, it's probably the best known fight scene, in the genre, right? So good too. Like they're so good. But like Bruce Lee had to slow down because the camera couldn't catch him. 60 frames. Jet Li actually had the same problem. Like they've got footage of Jet Li with the fast cameras, and the camera can't catch him. And it's like, what the hell is that? It's like, yeah, he's another one, right? Maybe he was as fast as Bruce. I have no idea, but like wow, when you get that speed, it's like, what is going on here? So like
Yeah.
that gives you a bunch of advantages in a fight. Right. Is that supposed to be a Disianian lens? I don't know. No, it's supposed to be a pirate monocle. Steampunk, if you must know. I saw some steampunk things years ago that I just so wish I had now. Like, I wish I had spent $350 on that.
You can do it now.
No, I definitely couldn't do it. Yeah. 350. Spend $5. I'm like, this is probably a bad purchase.
Oh yeah, but see, if you really applied yourself, then you could.
Rough.
You know.
It's rough when you get no cash coming in, buddy.
No, I know.
It's rough. Elizabeth, we are too nice on the one hand without recognition of reality and the true limits, and too detached and afraid of expressing love and kindness in everyday ways. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have to recognize reality and limitations and constraints. And all these people who claim to be white Christian or whatever, right? And like I don't know what book you read that you thought was the Bible, but like either you have very low reading comprehension or you just skipped a bunch of it. So maybe both. I don't know. Like in order to be your brother's keeper, you have to interrupt them. Like you have to annoy and do things to them against their will. Like there's no way around that. I'm sorry, but like you have to. And that's loving. Like that's care. Right? Like yeah, people are always, well, why does that woman stay with that man? She's been battered, right? And it's like, well, like I'm not agreeing with she should stay or anything because it's a bad situation, and boy, I wish the world were more perfect. I will say, but it's just not. But also, that's loving. Like if you like people don't get it. Like my superpower is I know when and exactly how to withhold. And so like I devastate people because I'll come in and they'll they want people recognize when you don't attend to them, when you don't give them any attention, and it just wrecks them. And I'm really good at that. It's just like if I'm disagreeing with you, at least you're getting the attention. Like that's not a small thing because people need negative feedback and they know it unconsciously. Like they may not admit it consciously, they know it unconsciously. And so that's why people who are disagreeable get so much more attention than people who are not. Because the negative signal is far more important, far, several orders of magnitude more important than the positive signal. And so it just is that way, right? Because the negative signal, that gives you a hint as to what will kill you. So you need that. You don't need the positive signal. You can go on without a positive signal. And you may fall into depression or it may be boring or whatever, but you can do perfectly well without it. You cannot do without the negative signal because you will die very quickly. And that's why that imbalance happens. That's why girls like bad boys, right? They need that negative signal. There's other things that go into it, but like that's actually the primary motivation. Is it negative signals? Having negative signals around is good because it tells you what to avoid. And especially if you get someone out front who's willing to do stupid things and fall off the cliff, it's like, oh, well, at least we know not to do that. If you have someone too safe guiding you, it's like, well, what do we not do? I don't know. It's kind of boring. We can follow the safe guy. Yeah, safety is boring. That's true. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. This is the way the world is. Like, what do you want me to do? But yeah, I mean, if you're your brother's keeper, if you want to be caring and loving towards them, you've got to disagree with them when they're wrong. You've got to help their sanity along. You've got to be willing to get in front of them and maybe backhand them every once in a while, right? To give them a strong enough signal so they don't go off the edge. Because if they go off the edge, I mean, that's really bad for them, but like that's a loss to the world. And I'm not saying the world shouldn't lose a bunch of things because, man, I got lists. And it's like, there are plenty of people in the world will be way better off when they're gone. but it's not a huge number, right? But it's also not a number we're pursuing, to make go down, which is a problem because if you really cared about the world, you bring back capital punishment. Just watch Hardcore History's Painfotainment, or listen to it rather. It's a great podcast. It's very long and it's extraordinarily excruciatingly painful to listen to, but also super vitally important to realize this no capital punishment thing is fantastically recent and is part of what's destroying the world. Honestly, clearly too, clear as day.
Yeah. Well, that's I think that also ties into the flattening of the state and life, that you also have this aspect of who is allowed to dish out the punishments, or who is allowed to
Right.
to have the authority over saying that a punishment should happen, and that's not necessarily the same person. So it's like,
Right.
you have the town executioner lives on the edge of town or something like that. He's not the one that decides that someone else gets executed, though.
Right.
So you have that aspect, or you have the whole thing where it's like, okay, well, like way back when it's like, okay, this person in the Inquisition refuses to repent. We're going to send them to the secular authorities. And like, that's actually just the entire amount of movement that happens there.
Right.
The fact is, most likely the secular authorities are probably going to put them to death. Maybe they don't. What most of the time happened, especially within like the Inquisition context, is that then the secular authorities didn't, and then an angry mob of lay people showed up and then strung them up or did whatever they were going to do. And but you have
but most of that was done ritualistically.
Right.
Like they would take the person to the scene of the crime. There would be a big parade. They had a priest with them the whole day. Right. And then people would watch, like lots of people. Right. And then what did we do? We put it inside the prison and we just zapped them or gave them a needle. And then, you had witnesses, but it's like 12. It's like, what are you doing? What do you mean 12? Like, no. Like the whole community needs to know that justice was done. Right? Even if it's unjust, and it needs to be done with this ritual. Right? In public, like across it shouldn't be confined to a prison because that's more convenient. Right? Like that's ridiculous. And that's part of the problem is we don't have that anymore. And once you listen to Dan Carlin talk about it, you're like, oh my goodness, like this was not what I thought. This is actually really important. And it's gone, right? Because we preferred anonymity to it, right? Like, some person in the prison is going to administer this, or someone's going to throw a switch from 2 rooms away. We're never going to know who that is, right? Like this is all bad. It's all bad. And it's been going on a lot. The internet accelerated it because technology is a lever. It accelerates things, but it's been going on a long time, this flattening, this anonymous action nonsense.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, is when you have, like the modern capital punishments and everything, the only signal that winds up getting out is what their final meal was. I mean, that's kind of like, the only real exposure aside from just name on page and then, like manner of death, if that or whatever, for, these terrible serial killers or whatever, is like, oh yeah, well, the thing that we know about the guy's last day is that he had 2 tubs of mint chocolate ice cream or something like that. And it's just like,
right.
Yeah,
right.
That is, and it's like, how much of that information, you've got the picture of the ice cream and then you've got the text on the page with the guy's name and lethal injection, or something like that. And it's just like, yeah, the signal is wildly asymmetrical.
Yeah, and super specific, super individualistic. Like this person, there's his gluttony.
Right.
Oh, fantastic. You exemplified gluttony. Thank you so much. By flattening, do you mean the failure of the formal hierarchy? No, hierarchy doesn't fail. And specialization of authority, I don't even know what that could possibly mean. So that we have, quote, informal justice. I don't think any of those links are correct. No, flattening is anytime you take dimensionality out of the world. The first dimensionality everybody takes out of the world is either time or height, or maybe they call it depth, whatever, the vertical causality. They may not take all of it out, but often, like once you take one out, You take one small aspect out, the rest of it just collapses pretty quickly, right? Because we're over reducing, we're looking for a single answer to things, and nothing has a single answer. That's just not how it works. So flattening is very sort of complicated that way. Um, and that's the problem, is that there's lots of ways to have a flat world and to flatten the world, and they look like they're coinciding or corresponding or cohering, like the MAGA tech bros problem. And then they split apart because they're not. They just look that way for a while, right? Until the conflict happens, and then boom, everything bursts apart. If you want to see that, you can watch the live stream that Paul Vanderklay did earlier, because of course they made a statement and immediately split. Bang! I'm like, man, the Protestants are so predictable. Also brilliant. Oh, I skipped Ixnot's comment. Of capital punishment, still had ritual there, might be less a need for it. But that is the point, right? When you exemplify bad behavior having bad public consequences, it reduces the bad behavior. It has to, right? When you don't exemplify, like, it's weird, right? Because the problem with exemplification is people will copy your exemplification. That can happen, right? Except if the negative signal is strong enough and you say, no, don't do this. Right. So the negative signal is not strong enough. It's just a risk trade-off. It's like, well, maybe I go to prison for 3 years for killing the guy, but he's still dead. And people make that calculus all the time.
Mhm.
All the time. You'd be surprised. And people, like, in prison will kill other prisoners for very small reasons. Like, oh, you're going to protect my family no matter what happens to me. I'm all in. That happens all the time. You'd be shocked. You could say it seems like the justice mechanisms of society becoming more ephemeral and analogous to passive aggression. I don't know. I mean, justice has been completely corrupted and perverted. Certainly, probably everywhere, but like the U.S., we haven't had justice in the U.S. in so long, it's not even funny. Just nobody knows, right? They see it and then they aha, and and then everybody gets confused, right? They misunderstand something like the O.J. Simpson case. Like, I watched that case because I happened to not be working. I watched the case. The state did such a poor job. They not only should have lost the case, but they all should have been like given jobs at McDonald's or something where they were safe, because they just weren't very smart people. Like, I don't know how they passed the bar. I really don't, but they shouldn't have. It's very clear. It's very, very clear. None of those lawyers that were prosecuting should have passed the bar. Their case was horrifically terrible. It was just so awful, and they just weren't convincing anybody. And now we can never know the truth because there's no way to determine it. Like, the stuff they were saying was great. They had 3 theories for how he did it. 3. I'm like, bro, you need 1. Like, you can't have 3. And the reason why they had 3 was because all 3 were impossible. Right? We get based on the evidence they knew about. Right? And that's why when they did the glove thing, that was the nail in the coffin, because the glove didn't fit. And then it's like, well, it's not my glove. And then it's like, that was their 3rd bullet in the gun. And so the gun was now empty and they couldn't shoot any more bullets. And it was like, it was so terrible. I'm like, are you dumb? They go, what do you, I was watching it going, like, you cannot be this stupid. You can't be this stupid. And he was that stupid. And I was just like, oh my God. Like, how are you this dumb?
Mhm.
And yeah. So, like, you look at that and you go like, well, you know, that's a corruption. Maybe it's a corruption of incompetence only at that point. It's not anymore, by the way, but like, maybe at that point, the justice was full of too many incompetent people, right? Like, much like the YouTube sphere or the podcast sphere or politics. So you just got, someone with an 87 IQ, as vice president. Like, maybe it's just that back then, but like, it's far worse now. And no one's been paying attention. So You look up the book The Respondent by Greg Ellis. It's, maybe Ellis has his problems, but good, good stats. Like those are real stats. It's just terrific. Some of the stories. Elizabeth, yep, negative feedback is key. Yeah, it really is. Like we've hippie Jesus out the negative feedback. And that's just destroyed the world. Like that's what destroyed the world. And if you want to hear the 60s nostalgia come back again, I refer you to Paul Vanderklay's live stream earlier today. I said it in the live chat because I'm like, you're seriously telling me you guys all just did this and didn't notice? That's what you're telling me. Like that, they all think the 60s is where everything went wrong and they just recreate it right then and there. And I'm like, you were literally just saying this was bad and now you're like all about it again. Mm-hmm. I don't think they noticed. I think they're stuck in a pattern and they just can't get out. And they don't get and somebody brings a negative feedback, they get all upset, call them a troll. It's like, whatever, bro. I'm just trying to help. But I don't know. I guess I'll, I brought it up too. Like there was this whole thing where Chad got bullied into changing his channel name, and no one wants to talk about that over there. And I'm like, well, you guys did it. Like maybe you should own up to it. I don't know. That would be better than pretending it didn't happen. Like they're so awful. It's terrible. Don, Simpson's subsequent criminal behavior is a consequence of him getting away with murder. I don't think so, Don. Like I really don't think so. I think it was a consequence of him being proven innocent and no one treating him as if he was innocent. Up to and including the fact that people stole his private property and the cops refused to get it back for him. Because they were like, yeah, we don't care. They literally did that. And I was like, well, that's going to make things worse, but thanks. And it did. I mean, that's what his subsequent, quote, criminal behavior in my mind was not criminal at all. Because what he got pinched for was basically brandishing a gun at a bunch of thieves who had actually stolen his personal property. I don't know, man. I'm not against that. I don't know what to say. Like, if the cops won't do it, if the justice system won't restore your property, that's their job, by the way. You got one job, bro. If they refuse to participate in that, like vigilante isn't bad, sure, Jacob, but also this is going to happen. You need to much like wildfires, this is going to happen. You can whine about it not being the right answer all day long, but you caused it by creating a hole into which this thing happened. Vigilantism is the sign of a corrupt system. It's not working. That's what it is. And it doesn't always lead to bad results. In fact, often it has the opposite effect because then people pay attention to justice again and they go, we better get this cleaned up, or the only justice anybody's going to get is death. And it's the only punishment that's going to be available to people. That's correct. And so you not throwing people in jail when they're, say, on a list that flew to a freaking island is probably going to get a lot of people killed. Is that what you want? Because that's what's going to happen for sure. Maybe not those people, though. That's worse. Let's punish the actually guilty people who are actually guilty of actual crimes. Otherwise, the innocent suffer. I'm just sorry. That's how it always happens. You can just study open one history book, just once ever, right? You will see that pattern all over the place. Like that's all over the place. But so, we don't like that answer.
A couple of things came to mind. Well, I've been kind of mulling this over. So one of the things is this aspect of you have kind of the I hesitate to call it like justice mechanism or something like that. That seems to not right. But you have this thing of, okay, you have the example set of a criminal who is capitally punished. And then that, if it's done publicly and ritualistically, then it winds up dissuading the behavior. But if you do it incorrectly, you've just sent out that same volume of signal in the reverse against your own wish.
I don't think so. I mean, because mistakes happen and people understand that.
So, yeah, like there's mistakes, but I'm thinking like...
it's not the deterrent factor that's important in a ritual killing. It's actually not.
Mm.
It's the enactment of justice that's important. Like it's so much bigger than we'll say a negative mimetic signal. It's way bigger than that. Like way bigger. And this is where people get confused. Like enacting justice poorly is better than not enacting justice. But enacting justice unjustly is worse.
Right.
Right. Well, that's where people get confused, right? It's
Yeah.
like, no, this is actually really, fantastically important. Like, so if we'll say O.J. Simpson did it, but not personally himself, because pretty much the prosecution proved that couldn't have happened. That's why the trial went horribly wrong for them. They proved that it couldn't have happened with evidence that they had to present. Okay, I guess. I don't know why you're an attorney. You're kind of dumb. You could have at least forced the prosecution to present the evidence instead of you doing it. I don't know. I mean, that would have been marginally better, I guess. But that didn't happen. So, like, fair enough. But maybe he paid somebody to do it. Right? The problem is that's not what they charged him with. And that's not what they went after. And so even if we'll say guilty by, paying somebody, that wasn't the case against him. And that wasn't right. So it's automatically already an injustice, right? Because you accused him personally of doing it. And that's very different from accusing, right, which is a monstrous act, because like the whole killing was pretty horrific, actually. It's not like, oh, they shot him with a rifle from far away or something, right? I think that it was stabbing, right? Which is one of the problems, right? There's no blood found anywhere. There's 4 drops of blood in your car. There's probably 4 drops of blood in my car. I get a bloody nose and sneeze every once. What are you talking about? Like, why are we playing this game? With the amount of blood at the scene, like there'd be trails, there'd be like all of this stuff, and none of it's there, right? There's no murder weapon, there's no, right? It's the whole thing's absurd. And that's the problem, is that the case they made ended up being absurd. Well, now you've perverted justice. And because you perverted justice and people wanted what they thought was justice, when a real crime came that you could prove in 4 seconds, that could be rectified by the police, didn't have to go to court, you don't do it. Now he's got to threaten people with a gun. Like, okay, like, yes, he does. This sucks. I don't like it, but also, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah. So
negativity doesn't disappear if annihilated, right? Or if hidden, if veiled, if made anonymous. It is only displaced in a more ephemeral relational mode, right? Yeah, I know that's true. Thus, explicit negative punishment, a slap on the wrist, becomes more invisible and mind-like. I don't know that follows, but John's like, the devil is always in the details, and people think they know when they like. If you didn't watch that case and watch how poorly prosecuted it was, you would think that an injustice was done and that something weird happened, and maybe it was lizard people, man, and they got to the judge or the jury or whatever. But no, it was just horrifically prosecuted by morons who probably aren't qualified to ask, would you like fries with that at McDonald's? And I hate to say it, but like the incompetence levels are that high everywhere now because we've made everybody equal and said, look, you can just go to school and learn to do something. It's like, that isn't true. That isn't true. I could take piano courses for 1,000,000 years. I'm never going to be a pianist, guys. This isn't going to happen. The difference is I know this. It's the only difference. I know this. I already know this.
You made a good point there about, oh goodness, did I seriously just lose it? I was just thinking about you doing 1,000,000 years of piano classes and I completely lost it. Oh my goodness. No, okay, so the point about that there is a clear distinction that you made between gosh, you're making me lose it again. I'm way too visual for this. You didn't know. There's a difference between I have to I'm gonna just cover my eyes. There's a difference between doing justice poorly and actually committing an injustice. And I think that's a lot closer to the point that I was trying to make, is that you wind up amplifying that signal, and that you either wind up amplifying justice, and then people are like, okay, great, or you just screwed it up or deliberately did something evil so bad that everyone saw it at the scale that you wanted them to be discouraged from the behavior. And that's where you get, like, enormous conversion after a martyr. Or you get a person who is treated like a martyr, even if they weren't a good guy, and then an enormous amount of kind of a negative sort of parasitic type of conversion in that sense.
Yeah. No. One more thing: the pressure and violence is displaced in time and space, so the energy comes out in bursts. World War II. I think World War II is an issue of scale. Right. World War II is the natural culmination. Well, there's no World War II. The second act of the Great War is the natural culmination of the materialism sparked off by the French Revolution and Napoleon. So the solution to the French Revolution in the short term appears to be materialism. And Napoleon, like, that's what he does. Like, he solves the problem of the revolution, by becoming a strong leader, which he does because he's basically an expert at precision cannoneering, right? Which is a new technology. Right? It's a brand new technology. The idea that you can figure out exactly how much powder you need, how big a ball you have, and what your barrel length and diameter is, and then you know exactly the range of your cannon. You can drop a cannonball exactly where you want it, and make it fly an exact path that you know in advance. Like, this is brand new, and Napoleon's the best at it. But this is all measurement materialism. And then he looks at the world and says, "Oh, I see how it works," and he tries to become emperor of Europe. Right? Foregoing all the other titles. That's the important part, right? That's the intimacy crisis. So the Holy Roman Emperor has like 112 titles, some dumb number, right? And then Napoleon takes over an area like 3 times the size of the Holy Roman Empire, and he has one title, emperor. And that actually matters a lot, and it sets the stage for all this misunderstanding, a la Bismarck, who probably ruined the world too. I'm also a brilliant guy, which is just so frustrating. Napoleon had there's no goodness in Napoleon. That's easy. France's greatest general wasn't French. Anyway, let's talk about Anonymous. That creates a problem. It creates a huge problem. And like, of course, the Great War was going to happen. Of course it was. A bunch of people saw it coming too. So, right. They wrote about it in the time, and they kind of figured it out. Where are we? Daily Joe. Conscious. It's called conscious, and the law of man doesn't match conscious, then you have a social collapse and war. Yeah, I mean, submission. If you don't submit, you get a war at the scale of the world. Right? Because you're not letting the upper deal with the upper correctly. And you look at, I mean, this is famous. It's the end of the first act of the Great War and the second act of the Great War. You look at these horrific outcomes in certain theaters. World War I's best known for this because it happened to a greater degree, but effectively they were like, well, we know we're going to sign an armistice, and we know we have so many weapons, so we might as well just get rid of them now while they can kill people. Right? But that's a very materialistic way of thinking about the world, and that's why it happened. So,
Oh, not Gerard, please.
Rene Girard. Yeah, we covered that last week, kind of. Although I should do a whole stream on Rene Girard and his treachery.
You did like two.
Narcissism. Logic of the scapegoat seems to be resonant with the archetype with this archetype of displacement and eventual avalanche. Well, yeah, that's because he tells you the story and you buy into his BS, but also he's wrong about that. Like, he's tying mimicry to scapegoat. He's talking about scapegoat in terms of sacrifice. And if he stuck to the larger bucket of sacrifice, he could actually do real good in the world. But he's a postmodern lit crit. Like, he says this, and that's where he comes from. And we all know no good came from postmodernism or could ever come from postmodernism. It's not redeemable in any fashion, despite what maybe Jonathan Peugeot might say. It might be the one thing that he's wrong about. And that's, that's like the real problem, is that Gerard is evil. Oh, look, we have the Zealot's Den. Welcome.
Hey. Oh, nice.
That's not very anonymous, but I
I
like
noticed
the
we were doing
attempt.
costumes. I noticed we were doing costumes. I had to join in.
I
That's
can
fine.
respect it. Can we get an M for mutiny in the chat, please?
I love it. How you doing?
Amazing. Yourself?
I'm hanging in. I got
Outfit like
all my
that,
notes
you know?
done today,
That,
fellas.
man. That's a pretty cool outfit.
We're all about the outfits here. Castle beats
Do you know-
everybody all the time, though.
Yeah, and I tend
Do
to.
you normally dress up, or is this a special stream?
Well,
The
Mark
Friday
always
live
does.
streams are pirate streams.
Oh,
So-
very nice. Very nice.
You
Okay.
can see
Right.
my flag there.
Well, thanks for bringing the zealot aboard. I was lost at sea.
Nice.
No, you're always welcome, sir.
On board just in time for the mutiny.
Let me
So what were you guys
grab
talking about?
some
I
more
didn't mean to interrupt.
comments real quick.
Yeah, but he's just catching up with comments.
Dawn, my memory from that is that Furman killed the case by framing the guy who was already guilty. No, he didn't. Just to make sure. And Simpson did have much better lawyers. No, John, if you actually just watched the case, like, they literally came up with 3 theories for how he did it. They weren't all compatible, and they themselves, the prosecution, brought to light the evidence that proved that all 3 of those theories were impossible. And that's what actually happened. Other things also happened, like Furman was pegged as a racist, which was, it's, who knows, right? Like, everybody says things that can be interpreted as racism. And he also definitely tampered with evidence. And that did not sink the case. What sank the case was, if the glove does not fit, you must acquit. And that was a
Oh, I
lawyer
remember
problem that had nothing to do with Furman. That was stupidity beyond all. I mean, people commented at the time, as a lawyer, you never ask a question you do not already know the answer to, ever. And like, he did it, and that was an unbelievably huge mistake. And then they tried to recover by saying there's only been 12 pairs or something of these gloves ever sold, and nonsense like that. But it was too, like, the damage had already been done. There was no way to recover from that error. But that was the error, right? And the fact of the matter is, Furman recovered the glove. And again, that was theory 3 of how he did it. And that relied on him being as fast as he ever was when he was in the NFL. And unfortunately, he was kind of a fat old guy by that point already. And so that theory was off the table. And that was the problem, was that particular theory, the one they had the most physical evidence for, really any physical evidence at all, was impossible, because he was at McDonald's. So he didn't do the running, even if he could have run that fast, and he couldn't have run that fast. And the guy who found the evidence had definitely planted some evidence or tampered with some evidence. And so that was the worst case scenario, because there's no possible way that thesis was true. But it was the only one they had any physical evidence for. But they had other physical evidence that said there's no way he did that, because he was at McDonald's. And here's the right. And that's the other thing too. Like, in order for him to have run behind his house and leaped the fence, like they said, he couldn't have been in his car. And they said the blood stains are in his car. And I'm like, well, Well, guys, his car's out front. Like, I don't know what else to tell you about physics and how this works, but like, there's no way that he used his car and left the glove there. There's no way. And your theory says he ran across his backyard, leapt his fence. But you're also using the blood stains. You can't use both. Like, you got to pick one. And they didn't pick one. They picked three. And you can't pick three theories to prove a murder. Like that, everybody knows not to do that in legal circles. Like, I don't even know what these guys were thinking. They were beyond incompetent. It was a nightmare. That whole thing was a nightmare. They were so stupid. Like, everything they did, I was just watching it going like, if you can get into the bar and be this dumb, then I should just take the damn bar exam to prove that I can. Like, I'm not even going to study for it, because if you can be that stupid and pass the bar, I'm sure I need to read no law to pass the bar. Because, like, my God, this is so stupid. These people are so dumb. Like, they're just so dumb. Like, what did you think was going to happen? Did you think you were going to convict him by doing this? Really? You proved he was innocent. That's all you did. And like, the other side didn't even have to try. Like, so, you know, you can say F. Lee Bailey's a great lawyer, whatever. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't even care. They didn't have to do any work. The prosecution did all the work. It was really quite brilliant.
So do you think he did it?
It's possible he might have paid someone to do it, but look, when you're dealing with drug addicts, and they
I've heard that
killed,
theory. I heard it was they were drug addicts and they owed money or something. I have heard that theory.
They were drug addicts and they owed money. That's not a theory. I mean, that's true. Did the drug people do
I
that?
didn't know it was like another thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they brought the defense brought it up. Like, absolutely. Do drug people kill people with knives and leave the bodies places where they can be found as a signal? Of course they do. So like,
especially some South or Central American drug cartels.
oh yeah, in that area, they've always been in that area. They're doing it like much more today, but they did it back then. Everybody knew that. They did it in New England in the 80s. Mike, I don't know what to tell you. Dude, do people pay cartel members to do hits that look like? Of course they do. They've always done that. Like, what? So I don't know. I mean, he might have paid somebody, but it's,
and then what's with OJ?
Likely,
and then did OJ just happen to be in the area?
He was home. This is the whole problem with their theory. He was home.
And this was at her house, yeah?
Right. Well, that was theory number 3, was he ran, which would have required him to run at top speed, and he wasn't that guy anymore. I hate to break it to them, but like, he'd been out of the NFL for a while. You need the training to keep that up. And he was a little fat at that point, I'm sorry to say, but like, it was a problem. And
that was a little before my time. Was that Bronco chase quite an incident on the news?
Oh, it was the biggest news event that had ever happened up to that point, I think. I think it was the most watched news event of all time or something. Not percentage-wise, but
I watched it back, and he's going like 30 miles an hour. Why didn't they just pit maneuver him or something?
It's hard to know why they didn't do stuff.
You know what I mean? Like, for the longest time, they're just following him behind at a snail's pace.
Right.
Like 50 cruisers. It was crazy.
Yeah, and they didn't close off the highway. Like, there's so many things they could have done, and they didn't do any of them. And I mean, there were good reasons why. Like, they knew they were dealing with a depressed person who had threatened to kill himself. So, you know, and they wanted justice and things like that. So it's just a weird situation, but like, it was a weird situation. I mean, it's one of the reasons why people thought he was innocent, because like, he was depressed that he was being accused of this. It's a, like, the murder was horrific. Like, it was not a pretty murder. Like I said, there was blood everywhere. That was one of the problems with their case, was how the hell did he create that much blood with a knife and not get splattered? Because that was really most of the case. And they were like, well, he got rid of his socks before he got in the limo and all this crazy, crazy talk. And it was like, I don't know. I mean, on the other hand, did he pay someone to kill them? Well, I don't know, man. That's a lot more. Like, and they come with that, I think he would have been convicted. innocent or not. I think he would have been convicted for sure. If they had found a way to make a case that he paid somebody to do it, he'd be in jail. He'd be in jail. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know
you're
why.
going with the drug deal gone bad, huh? Did you hear the Sun conspiracy, the Sun theory?
I don't
Seems
remember.
plausible time wise. Oh, they just recently did some documentary or something, and he was some sous chef, and he happened to leave work at the same time the crime happened. It was a pretty compelling story, but the drugs thing gone bad seems the most plausible to me.
Oh, Ixnon. Yeah, the conspiracy theory is that OJ's son did it and OJ was protecting him. Yeah, I mean, that makes more sense.
Yeah, if you're into that stuff, there's definitely a good documentary on it. Probably 45 minutes or an hour or something. It was compelling. It was compelling because they had the time. Like they went to his work and he like happened to take a break like in that 45 minutes when the crime happened. It was conspicuous if nothing else.
Right. Well, and that's one of the problems with these things because there's no single causes, and people get wrapped up on, well, it must have been this person, and it's like, I don't know, man. There's lots of reasons why people, want to kill other people, especially when they're drug
Especially
addicts.
Hollywood or celebrities and stuff. Yeah.
When there's lots of opportunity when there's lots of people, right? Because the cartel gets off scot-free if it's them. They get off scot-free.
Or some little henchman takes the rap for it.
Right. Well, that's their protection. But yeah, I mean, Breaking Bad was brilliant at that. I love Breaking Bad. Such a good show. Such a good show.
Funny story, Mark. I thought you were like a co-host on Father Eric's show. I didn't know you just dropped in there.
No. He and I are good buds, and I just drop in. Yeah, if you watch long enough, if you watch long enough, what you'll notice is if other people drop in, I generally won't drop in right away because if he doesn't need my help, I don't like.
I get you.
I don't need to be there. I can go online anytime I want and do all the live streams in the world. Like I don't. They were bugging me today to go into Vanderclay's live stream, and I'm like, look, I've been on a ton of Vanderclay live streams. You guys have fun. I'm not gonna get on there and just go after because they want to see a fight, right? They want to see Vanderclay and crew win, which is never gonna happen because I got the goods, and that it's never gonna happen. And
what do you guys disagree on?
Well, I mean, they're well, it was interesting today because they were like, oh yeah, they basically admitted they're doing sneaky evangelicalism. And I'm like, well, this is my problem with you people. Like, why? And then of course, because Protestants always do this, they go, well, the Catholics and Huertas are doing it too. And I'm like, no, they're not. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know why you're saying this. Evangelicalism is a Protestant project. Why the Catholics and the Orthos keep using Protestant terms, whether they got stolen or not, I don't know. But you gotta not call yourself Christian. You gotta not talk about evangelicalism, and you gotta ditch the ecumenism entirely. Those words are now poison, and you just can't use them anymore. You've got to maintain the moral high ground because these guys will drag you into the mud every single time with that nonsense.
I was on a live stream the other day. It's a cross. They have atheist believers, Catholics, evangelicals, and the atheist and non-evangelicals were saying that they actually appreciate the Catholic and Orthodox. They don't bombard them with Jesus like the evangelicals do. They'll mention it to you maybe when you first meet them, but if you say you're not interested, they leave you alone about it. Whereas the evangelicals, as you said, try to sneak it into every conversation, or it's a little more. And he said the Catholics respect consent, not the evangelicals. If you say no, they'll leave you alone about it.
Protestants in general don't, and it sort of depends whether they're public or private Protestants. But they really don't, because you can say, oh, the private Protestants down south, which is where I am now, they don't care if you drink. They're like, whatever, man, that's your problem between you and God. But they will also ask you which church you go to. And that matters, right? That actually matters to them. And that's really the problem is But I mean, at least they came around. They switched up estuary and admitted, like, oh no, estuary should be more church than less church, and you should get the church involved. And I was like, well, this is a huge. And then the split happened immediately. Somebody said, well, I don't agree with that, and I was like, I knew that was going to happen. Within 2 minutes, they're already disagreeing. I'm like, you freaking Protestants, all you do is split on every issue. Split. Yeah, it was wild to watch. It was also I'm glad I watched it. I've been watching these estuaries. I wanted to see where it was going to go. But they're like, oh, you're trolling. I'm like, I'm not trolling. I'm pointing you guys at some very important contradictions and some very important facts about what's going on. And they're always just positive, and they won't own up to their errors. And that's just like, I find that unacceptable. If you throw somebody under the bus and you force them to change their whole YouTube channel name, and you sit there and say you're very encouraging, then I got questions. And it's fine if you've got answers, like bring the answers, but like they don't have any answers. They won't admit to any of it. And I'm like, yeah, but this happened. Like maybe you should deal with it instead of pretending.
Not taking the bait and keep going back with them if they're just looking for trouble.
Well,
but may I ask, is that the treasure map you've been looking for right behind Incognito? He had it this whole time. Where's the X on that?
I got the treasure too, so don't worry about it.
He already got the
treasure. I'm just here to gloat.
I found the booty, he says.
Yeah.
John says your frequent presence on Father Eric's stream was what made me think you must be an Anglo or Catholic or a dog. I'm not. But Father Eric's been here, and he all except the 2 days we actually went to the basilica down the street. He said mass in my living room. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, you have the demeanor of a nice Christian fellow, so you're just an outgoing, very, very nice spoken guy. So maybe that's why people mistake you.
Thank you.
But yeah, show them you can be you cannot necessarily be a Christian and be a stand-up person. So there you go. Well,
the Catholics have no problem, and the Orthodox have no problem with this concept, but the Protestants can't abide it. Like you have to give a confession.
Well, I was about to say
one of these.
It's like they think they get credit for the saving souls. Like they're chalking up. Like I got another one, Jesus. I got another one for you, Jesus.
Right.
And to assume that the person saying the words actually means, because that's one of those things that I'm working on this commission that I'm on is how do you get people who have fallen away and become lukewarm to go back, but then also not just start going to church and doing the things that they agreed to do because they're going with you, but can you leave them unsupervised for a week and they don't immediately relapse? And it's it's not, it's an ongoing thing. It's not something that you can just say the words, but that is an interesting thing of the evangelism as just talking at a person type of thing is one of those major deals where you look at the examples a lot of these saints and it's well, their example was they'll pray for you in private because they'll set the exemplification publicly of certain behaviors and they'll live their lives, but all of the stuff that has to do with words is generally most effective privately. And it's just that's an interesting bit where that remains private, not necessarily, but they're not anonymous, and they focus on the relationship, the multiple relationships, them and themselves, them with God, them with the person, them with the surrounding environment and everything like that. And they foster the quality of relationship and set that example. And then the words are just between them and God. And it's that's,
Well said. Yeah, I find that's way more effective, as you said, just witnessing what I believe. And if people find it compelling or something they're interested in, I'll show them. But yeah, beating someone on the head with the Bible isn't gonna get them into a church.
Yeah.
Hey, and you read the gospel. This is the best book.
Yeah. And it's and the people that I wind up spending the most in-person time with in religious activities, first of all, I don't know the last names of almost any of them. I don't know the first names of at least half of them, and about a quarter of them we don't even speak the same language. And a lot of them we've been spending time at least one day a week for like 6 months to a year now, I think.
Mm.
And it's just like that is that's a major difference. And it's like those people are consistent and they're not doing it because of me. And that's one really, really important thing with it's like they never said, aside from just like a smile and like saying hello in their own language or whatever, it's just like they're there to participate, and they don't need to prove anything to me, and yet we end up in the same place. And it's like
that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed this somehow, Exxon. Sorry. Protestant evangelism is basically trying to flood the world with Jesus signal. Well, not Jesus signal. Like they don't buy into that Jesus guy whipping people in the temple. They like hippie Jesus.
Buddy Jesus. Yeah. Jesus loves everyone, Jesus.
Well, and Jesus who didn't suffer on the cross. Like it's so funny. So we're driving across the country and I'm like, Sarah, watch, because she grew up Catholic. I'm like, watch this. Tell me if you see any crosses with Jesus on them. Right? And you'll see these huge crosses all across the country. It's crosses everywhere in the stupid United States. Everywhere. You can't, especially down south, you can't go anywhere. You can't drive 50 miles in any direction and not see a big cross somewhere. And they're all empty, every single one of them. You go to the Billy Graham Library, and like Billy Graham Library is amazing, by the way. It's a very dangerous place, but it's amazing. It's really cool. It's right outside the Charlotte airport. It's right outside of Charlotte, basically. But Billy Graham was successful just reading the gospel, and that's what he credited. He said, "Listen, I'm not pushing a denomination. I'm just gonna get a bunch of people together and read them the gospel, and do my witness, and that's it." And that's all he ever did. And he's massively successful, super plugged in, right? Like pastor to all the presidents and all this stuff. And it's really amazing. And you know, getting a little flavor of that history was really helpful, actually. Like it was fantastic. And that's all Pastor Paul's fault. Thank you, Pastor Paul. And I talked about that on his, with him at least once or twice on his live streams. It was a very interesting and useful experience. But like they think that's the magic, and that was never Billy Graham's magic, right? And that's like, Billy Graham didn't know what his magic was either, I would argue, and that's the problem. But his method was good. Like it was a good method, but it was a witnessing. To your point, it wasn't the reading of the book; it was the witnessing. And then what he used to do is the various denominations, he'd call them all up and say, "If you better have your guys there to catch these people when they leave." And that's why I think that Vanderklay equates Peterson with Billy Graham, but he's missing a bunch of stuff because Peterson doesn't do any of that.
Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not too familiar with Billy Graham, other than people always talk about him, the evangelicals or Baptists, but it seems similar to what Incognito was saying, what he enjoys about that fellowship he has is he's just there reading the Bible, whether anyone shows up or not. And then if you want to show up and hear the Bible read to you, hey, he's there for you, but he's not like, hey, like forcing you to hear it. He's there, as you said, whether your people are there or not. And it's a place for people to go if they want to do that or have questions. But yeah, he's not. And then he's not interpreted in what he thinks it says, which is what a lot of Protestants do these days.
Well, it's even less propositional, because like the thing that I meet with these people for is Eucharistic adoration. So like we're not reading anything. So that's the other thing is like, well, it's totally just participation. Like there's actually, aside from just the introduction and then the end, there's no words. Right. You were actually spending time for an hour in silence with a bunch of other people who don't even speak the same language as you. And yet, like everybody greets each other like family.
Amen. Yeah. Now, may I ask, is this online? Do you just enjoy doing this, or are you a Christian?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm Catholic. Like, I literally came, like...
Oh, fellow brethren.
I listened to the intro to the stream as I was driving back home from church. Like, that was at 3 times speed, because, I had to catch up. And I missed a bunch of stuff. But no, like, that's... Yeah, Mark's streams start the minute I generally get out. And so I go out like, okay, once I'm in the car, I come home, I gotta listen to to Mark at super speed to
Chipmark.
to catch up.
Chipmark.
Yeah, the Chipmark. Yeah.
That's funny.
Castle's pretty hardcore. Actually, I mean, Incog is pretty hardcore. Damn it! I
Oh,
almost
no.
didn't slip up.
That's fine. It was bound to happen sooner or
It
later.
was bound to happen.
I'll deny any relation to myself.
Your real name is weird enough anyway, so
Yeah, that's fine. No one ever believes me. And
I
yet,
know.
no one's ever had the stones to actually ask me for my driver's license. So,
Bartholomew, isn't it? It's got to be Bartholomew.
yeah, they're like bucephalus or something like just wild.
The
Yeah.
orthos would just make you take a new name and use it. So
I got a new name, but I don't use it.
yeah, they'd make you use it.
Yeah, they make you. Yeah, I'd have to.
Right? They're like, no, man, this is your new
Like
name.
priest.
Yeah. Yeah, this is your name now. You got to grow a beard. But yeah,
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't know.
Yep.
Hey, I'm going to skedaddle, but thank you for having me, Brother Mark.
Anytime, sir. It's good to see you.
Thanks for
Really
joining.
cool, fun channel. Nice meeting you, Incognito. Hopefully, I'll see you gentlemen around.
Absolutely.
Excellent. You too.
Take care.
See ya. Oh, that was fun. I like
he's
I
fun.
like new people. Well, he's good too. Oh, John's gonna comment here. Also, Jesus has to quote get with the times. Well, yeah, and you know what? They're just the people to update him because they've read the Bible a lot. Unlike those silly Catholics, they can't even quote every Bible verse. What's wrong with them? There's really 3x. That's crazy. I think there is 3x, John. I don't know.
With premium, I think you can go up to 4. I'm pretty sure.
4? Can you hear anything?
I don't think you can. You could probably train yourself to do that, and then just everything else for the rest of your day is super slow. But yeah, I don't know. That sounds horrific.
I very rarely use that sort of thing. Every once in a while I do.
Yeah.
But like you're missing tone.
Oh yeah.
That I don't like that. Like my brain is like, no, we need the tone. We need to know. Right? Because like tone, like so many things are conveyed by tone. Like sarcasm is a function of tone. That's why you can't do sarcasm in text, because it's conveyed by tone. That's how it's conveyed. So yeah, it doesn't work on text. Yeah, I don't know.
I still do it because I laugh at my own jokes, and maybe the other people don't understand, but that's perfectly fine for me because it landed for me, and that's what matters.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I can see doing it, especially for my stuff, because I think I'm generally slower when I do the monologue.
You take your time.
Yeah, so. I slow that one down. I tried a couple of new tricks this time, but I don't know if they landed or if I was doing them consistently. So we'll see. I might actually have to listen to this one again. I got to go through the live streams and make shorts and cut the monologues and just do, sequences and playlists. And
yeah,
I'm just not looking forward to any of that. Don, the only possible use for that is to scan the chat quickly. Yeah, but I mean, that's usually when I use it. I'm looking for something I know is there and I just don't know where it is. And so I scan it 2.5 or 3 or whatever I can get and catch up real quick because the pattern will reappear. So my problem is, especially with spoken and written, very rarely can I quote exactly. But it happens. It's when I quote exactly, like, it's really important and well said. and then it usually doesn't need much context. But that's actually kind of rare. Usually I paraphrase and quote that way. Because I just, it's the way I store stuff. I'm not good at rote memorization in that way. But when it's needed, it's bang on. Like I usually get quotes word for word and everything. It's uncanny. I just don't have a lot of them. That's the real problem. I don't get a lot of them. So yeah, it all, it all depends. But that's why I don't like listening real fast, because I won't catch the good stuff as well. And even though I suspect my error rate would be embarrassingly low, and probably not worth it to listen at slow speed. I'm too much like, nah, I don't want to take a chance of missing really good and important stuff. Like a lot of people missed in the live stream today that they reversed course on estuary
Mhm.
and said basically the opposite of what they had been saying, right? Which before it was don't get the priest involved, don't involve people from the church, right? I mean, if they can let them know, right? Like everybody else. And now they're like, no, you need to get like, no. How did you reverse on this already? It hasn't been that long. But yeah, it was an about face. So you got to listen real carefully to catch those things. It's not you can't it's funny too because they always talk about listening. It was one of the things that came up. They're like, I forget what they called it, but it's not even an uncommon thing to say, like deep listening or careful
Mhm.
listening or whatever modifier they're putting on a word that
What-
does not have a modifier and
Active,
should not have a modifier.
active
And
list. Yeah.
yeah, active. That's what it was. It was active listening. Thank you. And I was just like, oh, what are the types of listening and how do they work? Right. And of course, nobody will
Yeah.
answer because they don't know. They're making up terms. They think they're saying something important, but they're the ones not listening. And I'm just like, guys, why do you do this? Like, why are you making the world worse? Like, I don't understand. But they do it. And they do a good job of making the world worse. I just wish they'd stop. That's all.
Yeah.
That's my own.
Fair enough.
I'm not saying you're not doing a good job at wrecking everything, but I don't like wrecking everything. Yeah, I don't know. It's too bad. Like there was so much potential there for them to like get together and do stuff and be better and make people better and put them on a journey and a path. And they don't even catch it, right? They're like, well, we have high churn. Yeah, that means that there's a problem. Like high
Right.
churn is a bad thing. That means you're not catching people. Right? And they're like, no, we're a bridge, so it's okay. And I'm like, are you though? And what are you a bridge to? Hell? Because, well, and it's what you sample. Like, a bunch of people come to my server and they're refugees from BOM. And I'm like, oh, and sometimes that works out really well. And sometimes it doesn't because
Mhm.
they like the rebellion. It's just they got rebellioned out of it. And they, I'm like, you can't rebellion here. That's not what we're about. You're here to cooperate. And if you're not going to cooperate, you can be quiet. But if you can't be quiet, then you have to go. And I will kick you off. Although we've only kicked a couple people off so far. But you just don't, and everything they do against me backfires. And I'm like, I don't know why you guys keep doing this. Like, why can't you just answer my damn questions? They're perfectly reasonable questions. And maybe you even have an answer. I literally do not actually know. I would like to know. That's why I asked the question. I'm not trying to troll anybody. I'm just trying to find out an answer to a question and point stuff out for sure. But maybe that's because it's important. And if I thought y'all sucked and you weren't worth the time, I wouldn't be there. And nothing but ungrateful attitude. It's like, really? Okay. Also, I have a lot of fun because there are some friends there that I get to talk to in that chat that I don't get to talk to that often. So I do miss them. And so, I'm getting something out of it for sure. But
Yeah. Something that's been kind of churning in the background a little bit. I was thinking about the comment a while back from about the crowd, and I was just kind of thinking about a couple of points of contrast with, you imagine you could take one scenario of, say, there's like there's a criminal who winds up, running into a crowd to become anonymous in fleeing the authorities.
mhm.
And there's a sort of like overexposure that's happening there, or maybe kind of like a hiding behind other people's not being anonymous.
Right.
That is happening there. But then you imagine a person who is running away from some gang members who tried to rob them. And
Mhm.
they run into the crowd for exactly the same purpose, but
Right.
similar to kind of the thing of like, either doing justice and maybe doing it poorly, or doing actual injustice that you just wind up amplifying, in this case, minimizing the signal of either one by hiding behind the whatever the reverse of anonymity is,
Right.
of all of these other people who are being, you know, kind of
Authenticity
forward-facing.
is the reverse.
Okay. So yeah, so they hide behind the authenticity of the crowd.
Right. Right.
Or
Well,
better or worse, like depending on the scenario.
but a crowd is a flood. They take advantage of the flood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And that is the confusion, right? Like if you analyze everything at the atomic individualistic layer, the math doesn't work real quick,
Mhm.
right? Because there are other people in the world, and so you can't do the one master perspective or OMR perspective or whatever you want to call it, and one person, because you've never been and never will be in that world. Like that's already not an option. Like you're an observer. There's at least two people, right? And so you're an agent, right? Like there's all this stuff already. There's all these connections and relationships that already exist. You're looking for that person. There's a relationship between you and them. They go into a crowd. It's not that the crowd is a place of anonymity, because it's not.
Right.
It's a place of authenticity, right? Towards a higher thing. So you're authentically showing that you're participating in something bigger than you, hence crowd. Right. And then when you use that definition of crowd, everything makes sense. And you can start talking about the world really easily now. Like really easily. Like this is the thing that stuns me. Like y'all are making the world really hard for yourselves for no apparent reason. Like with as few simple content. Now, granted, the complexity moves. And that's what no one likes. Because now you have to discern good from bad. And that's where the problem, like nobody wants to do that work. Nobody. Right? They just bad as Hitler. And here's the reasons, right? Because genocide or something, usually. They have other reasons, but like that's the primary one. And then goodness is not Hitler because Sam Harris said so. And then it's like, and the number of people that go to a church have never heard Sam Harris who are still have that attitude is unbelievable, right? When Peugeot was actually, there's a clip on the Peugeot Clips channel. It just came out. Maybe it was this week. Maybe it was last week. Very recently though. It's not more than a week old, or not more than a week and a half old. But he basically, it was his Q&A, and he basically said, when give me a sec. Now I lost it. I'm trying. I had the clip in my head, and then it went away. I wasn't even thinking about me playing piano for a million years.
I was.
Which maybe I should have. No, but he was being questioned about. No, now it's gone. I thought it was back. What happens is I replay things in my head, and sometimes the sound doesn't come on, and then I'm screwed. So visuals alone don't cut it. Let me catch up with this. Don, at least you can get timed out this time. Yeah, by cowards who won't admit it and won't tell me why, and did it to Manuel 3 times for no apparent reason. That is a flat perspective. What are you referring to? What is a flat? We don't do flat perspectives here, because corruption isn't flat. I mean, corruption is flat. It's just not always flat, but like this is the problem, right? Like corruption in one person can flatten the whole justice system. I remember one of the very first times I got a speeding ticket. I wasn't actually speeding. I was pretty pissed off. The judge had no idea what the speed limit was. I was like, Judge, I literally passed the sign, and he was like, there's no 45-mile-an-hour signs on Sturo Drive. And I'm like, I don't know, bro. I actually looked it up, and it's always been 45. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. Where did you grow up again, buddy? I didn't say that to the judge, but I was stunned. I'm like, because I was a kid, right? Like I was like 16 and a half or something. And like, I'm like, wait a minute. You mean when you go to court, the judge has no idea what he's ruling on at all? None. And he just pulls it out of his ass because I didn't see that coming. I was like, well, there's no way it's that bad, but that's that bad. And I had gotten a knife stolen from my car by the cop and everything. The cop sitting there asked me retarded questions. Like, why do you have a knife in your car? And I'm like, well, because it's a fishing knife and there's a fishing pole in the trunk, which you saw. Right? And then he's going, why do you have a hammer under your front seat? And I'm like, well, because it's a 1978 Chevy Malibu Classic and it breaks. And the hammer was next to the set of wrenches and the crowbar that are right next to it under the seat, which you must have seen if you got the like. I was like, are you like retarded? Are you punking me? Like, what the hell's going on with this cop? And then he ends up stealing my knife and then threw me in jail and everything. And I'm like, what? I wasn't even speeding. What the hell is happening? It was bad. It was really bad. I was like, man, this is not good. Taught me a lot about the world. Taught me a real lot about the world.
Mm.
Ixnay. Why wouldn't you have a knife in the car? Yes, exactly.
Right.
Well, I was in the city. I mean, I was in Boston. It's just I wasn't from Boston. They knew that. They knew I didn't live in Boston. But he was just like, why do you have a knife in your car? And I'm like, because I go fishing. Like, I don't even understand the question at that point. Like, do you not go fishing? How did that happen? Sorry. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's weird, right? So what happened was I get a ruling from the judge. Right? It puts me on suspension for a year. Where I had a very expensive lawyer for free because pro bono. But he gave me what I would now call bad advice. But whatever, he gave the advice that he gave, and I took it. So whatever, it's my fault, right? So they put me on a year probation and all this nonsense, and I go to the clerk's office. And the clerk says, here's your paper with the ruling from the judge. Don't throw this out and carry it in your car. And I was like, what? And she was like, sometimes they lose the rulings and we enter things wrong in the computer. Carry it in your car.
Wow.
Right. And I did for like 9 years. 12 years later, I got pinched on that issue. I'm not joking.
Wow, dude.
And a cop towed my car from private property, which is completely effing illegal, by the way. Put me in jail. Right? I had to get sprung by my friend on a bench warrant that was so old that there's no possible way that it could still be valid. That's what the cop did. Oh, yeah. And I was furious. And then I went into court to get it resolved. And they never called my name. And then I went up to one of the guys that, and I said, excuse me, they didn't call my name. And he said, well, you probably weren't here when your name was called. And I said, actually, I got here before the judge. And he said, well, aren't like he was all like, well, aren't you special or something? And I was like, bro, like I'm just explaining something to you that you didn't give me attitude. And by the way, would you like to step out back? Because I would have beat the shit out of him. I was like, don't be disrespectful to me. For I don't care if you're an officer of the court. You don't disrespect people. Certainly not there. I'm like, bro, if you do that to the wrong person in this town, I know for a fact, like you could end up in a river and you wouldn't be breathing anymore. By the way, like I don't not know where that attitude came from in that part of Boston. It wasn't Boston. It was Charlestown. But like, you don't do that in Charlestown. Are you nuts? Are you insane? Charlestown at that time was full of bank robbers. Well known. Like all the bank robbers lived in Charlestown. For real. Not joking. Actual real. I was like, you shouldn't be doing that. Like these guys all have mob ties. Like you shouldn't be disrespectful to random people like that. That is not a safe bet. That's not a safe bet. And I was just stunned. And I had to force them to get that piece of paper again, right? That showed like, no, there was an audit. There was a mistake. We didn't record your payment. And I was just like, I don't care. It's more than 5 years old. Like, I don't even understand how the warrant got reissued because it was past the statute of limitations.
It's insane.
Like, bench warrants are not forever. Not on like you didn't pay $50. Like, why are people getting arrested for not paying $50 12 years ago to the court? Like, I don't even understand what the hell's happening. Like, what are you guys doing? But yeah, that's like, that's the corruption, right? The whole thing's flat because one person made a data entry error.
Yeah.
It flattened the justice system down to you're guilty and you're going to jail for a few hours, and you got to pay all this money to get your car towed involuntarily, even though you had AAA and would have gotten it towed for free. And then the guy, I went to go get the car. I used to work in this town too, Boxborough. I went to go get the car, and I told the guy, I said, well, he's like, well, we'll tow it. And I'm like, dude, I just paid you like $200 to do a $50 tow 1 mile. And he's like, well, that's not a $50 tow. And I'm like, my buddy runs a freaking tow company. I don't play. Homie, don't play. Like, I know exactly how much this costs. Like, don't screw with me. Right. And then he goes, well, AAA is not going to tow your car because I'm the only AAA affiliate in the area. And I go, no, bro, they will tow my car. They'll send somebody from Western Mass if they have to. And he was just all angry. And he's like, well, my tow trucks are down and blah, which is a lie. I was there. I watched. I didn't have anywhere to go. So I was getting my car one way or the other. They sent a truck out from Leominster to Boxborough, which is not a short distance. And they towed the car and towed me home. And I just thumbed my nose at the guy because it was all corruption. Like, the whole thing was corruption. The cop was corrupt. He was breaking the law left, right, and center. Right? He was doing it to help his buddy. His buddy made like $250 on a 1 mile tow. And it was bad. Everything about it. The cop knew the bench warrant was old and invalid. He knew that. He arrested me anyway. If, $50 or whatever to release me from jail. Right? And it was a disaster. All because of a clerical error, right? It enabled so one piece of corruption, which was an error, like somebody made a mistake, collapsed the world, and all this other corruption was enabled by this cop and this freaking in the whole police department, right? Like, really, you're taking this guy in on this? This isn't valid. And my car was broken. I was bullshit. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to get my car home and it broke. And now, like, we were just going to fix it there real quick. We were on private property. We weren't on the road. He's like, well, I saw you driving illegally on the road. And I'm like, I wasn't driving illegally on the road. What are you talking about? And, well, we've got a bench warrant. And I'm like, well, whatever. And he's like, we're going to tow your car. And I'm like, yeah, but you can't legally tow my car. And on and on and on. I'm arguing with the cop. My buddy is too. We're like, no, that's illegal. And he's like, no, I'm doing this. And it's like, what the hell is happening? And yeah, the whole thing was a catastrophe. That was like 12 years later or 13 years later after the woman told me to keep that piece of paper. And I'm like, damn it, I needed to keep it until I was dead. Who knew? She was right. I should have kept it.
That's insane, man.
It's so nuts. It's so well. And the reason why I threw it out was I made sure it was well past the statute of limitations. I think it was at least twice the distance needed. I think the statute on that would have been 3 or 5 years, and it was like 8 years or something. It was insane. And now I needed to keep it forever in the car with me at all times. I'm like, what is happening? Why is this happening?
Oh my goodness. You ever read or listen to Franz Kafka's The Trial? Oh my goodness. You would just have horrific flashbacks the entire time. It's like, so the thing is, and like I haven't they have a really good narrator, or not narrator, whatever you would say, like voice actor, whoever who does the performance of most of his stuff. I haven't actually listened to all of it, but I listened to a couple of them. I think it's George Guidall, and he did like a lot of the classic books and everything. Like, he's really good. He does like accents and everything, but he's from Jersey, I think. And but the guy's done something like, he's done like thousands of audiobooks, but the guy's really good. And but the whole thing with The Trial is that this guy winds up getting summoned to court, and because there's a case has been opened against him, but no one can actually tell him what the case is. And at that point, like, there's paperwork done saying that he was there for a case, and they're like, well, if you were summoned for a case, then you must have a case against you. So we're just gonna proceed with your trial, and the entire thing. And like, do you mind if I spoil the?
No, go ahead.
So he goes through this enormously elaborate process, and he winds up encountering other people who are in the same thing that have just been driven completely mad by their thing, like actually being strung along on their cases for sometimes like decades at a time, and then like the lawyers are manipulating them and like just stringing them along and everything. And it winds up at the end, the state carries the trial on so long, and still no one can tell him even what the charge is against him, that they actually decide to execute him. And so they go and they take him out to like a quarry or something like that. These government, people execute him, and the last page of the book is that as he's dying, and just disbelief that he's just like, this is so ridiculous. Like, it's just that the guys who did it look at him to see if he was guilty or not. That was the only, like, they look at his face to see, was he actually guilty? Like, were we supposed to do this? Because no one else was communicating. And it's just like, but he goes on for this for like 10 or 15 years or something like that, just to get executed for something that no one could even tell anyone what it was. It's the most ridiculous book. But yeah, it reminds me of that so much. I haven't read most of his stuff, but Kafka's stuff is like completely schizophrenic, but so hilarious. And like, there's one of his books, it's actually called The Castle, ends mid-sentence. Like, that was it, because he never finished the book. and they published it because he died. And he told his friend, his best friend he told, but he was crazy. Like, everybody knew that he would tell you something, but really he meant the reverse. His friend wound up publishing all of his books and manuscripts and everything, even if they were incomplete. Like, that one just ends halfway through the story. Which is also a really funny, like, bureaucratic nightmare thing where everyone's trying to impress this lord of this castle, and no one's actually seen him. Like, he might not actually exist, but there's so many levels of like, this kind of vying for position in the hierarchy. And so there's like, 10 different types of like butler, and it's just like all these different things. It's highly competitive. But then, yeah, it just completely ends just right halfway through the sentence. And he told his friend, he was like, oh yeah, when I die, just burn everything I wrote. It's all trashed.
Yep.
And then the guy was like, no, I'm not going to dishonor your memory. Like, he went and he published it. And it is hilarious stuff. But the guy was completely nuts.
Did you watch the movie Brazil?
No.
Oh my goodness, dude, you got to see Brazil. Brazil is phenomenal. Like, it's really good. Talk about bureaucratic nightmare.
Oh, no.
Brazil is great. Oh yeah, highly recommend. Highly recommend Brazil. It is so funny. It is. Yeah, it's fantastic. But I mean,
1985?
Huh?
It was made in 1985. That one?
That sounds right.
With, dystopian science fiction black comedy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check that out later.
Who produced it?
It was directed by Terry Gilliam. I don't know.
There we go. Do you know who that is?
Not by name.
I've lost all respect for you forever.
Oh, from Monty Python. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. No, I've seen him before. But of all those guys, the only one because I don't remember names, the only one that I actually remember is John Cleese, because that's the only name that's stuck in my brain.
But he's very popular. Ixnay, Brazil was good. No, Brazil is excellent. It's definitely a must-watch film.
I'll check that out later.
It's good too. You look like the Dread Pirate Roberts, because I watched Princess Bride recently. So
it's funny. The first time I wore this just a couple of days ago to just test the look at, I was like, yeah, this is totally Dread Pirate Roberts with sunglasses. So yeah, I got no problem with that.
That movie's much funnier because he starts talking about masks and how everybody will be wearing them in a few years. And we're just cracking up because fake news virus scam and yeah. You should watch most of his films, Terry Gilliam. Yeah, Terry Gilliam's a particularly gifted filmmaker, that's for sure. I don't know I don't know how much of his stuff I've seen. I'm still not a big movie person. I mean, probably Jesse has got me to watch more movies than anyone else. I'm still blowing through his suggestions list on stuff, although I'm not always getting what he's laying down there for sure, but he's trying. So he's putting in all the effort. We got to get him we got to round him up and get him on the Matrix again. So that we can close that one out, because no live stream next Friday because I'm going to be in Reno. So watching a catechesis, I believe. So yeah,
That'd be cool.
Crazy orthos.
Yeah,
I like
it
the
works out for
orthos.
me because I wasn't going to show up next week anyway. So
Oh well, there you go. Works out for you. Yeah, I gotta get. Maybe we'll do personal responsibility. I don't think I've done discernment, have I?
you did discernment, judgment, action, but that was the 3 for.
Yeah, but I didn't really do discernment the way I want to.
Yeah. So
What would I call that though? Like knowing the world or seeing? Oh no, seeing the world. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would do seeing the world. And I'd subtitle it discernment. Yeah, that might be my next one. That or personal responsibility. It's always tricky. I never know if I'm doing this correctly, but it seems to be working. Freaking Ixon seems to get everything.
he does.
Slightly annoying, but yeah. I don't like Sally does this to me every once in a while. She just make my point better than I can, and I'm just like, it pisses me off. Just pisses me off. That's all. It just makes me angry. Ixnon, serving the world, discernment part 2. Yeah, seeing the world. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe just more or deep dive on discernment. I don't know, but yeah, I think it's seeing the world is the right thing to do. And then that's the problem is like all this is wrapped up in your fantasy. Like, and you want fantasy? Go on the Mark of Wisdom Discord server and look in heretical means, and you can see fantasy in action.
Yeah, that was rough.
My editor is not going to let me publish a rough draft. Thankfully. Advantage to having an editor. Yeah. I just
problem is I don't think that guy's been doing any work this week, but we'll
a lazy editor, granted. But I could sort of like, man, I was on it, and then it's like now I did do something today. Like one whole line. I was like, we need to put this Jordan Peterson quote in here somewhere. So yeah, that was my only. I got to jump back. I tried today though. I jumped in, and I was like, I'm gonna skip over this next section and do this section next, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah,
it just didn't happen. And now I'm gonna be on a plane on Thursday, so I gotta buckle down. I want to get that done. So
that's a good idea. Yeah, I was like, every time I even thought about it, circumstances just shot me down. Like just every day this week. It's just like, I give up for now. I got 2 days off next week. So
oh, good. All right. Ixnon, I'm glad Sally read that so I don't have to. Yeah, well, it's going to be fodder for years on my server.
I subjected myself to reading a few of those paragraphs.
Oh my God, dude. Like the only reason she published the papers was she kept reading it. And I was like, I don't believe you. I don't believe people wrote that. Like, I don't think it's possible for someone to write that. And so she was like just taking pictures and showing me and stuff. And I'm like, I can't. But now she's on my side. The printing press never should have been invented. And this is absolute proof positive. This one instance is just proof positive that it's too much. Like you can't do that to the language. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you describing a castle in terms of a medieval city? and just confusing everything. Like it's like history should rise up and destroy you for that heresy.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know how you. It's so bad. It's just so catastrophically bad. And I'm just like, wow, I can't believe that this could happen. This is an event that I don't know. Publishing anything that says it's a rough draft is already like beyond heresy in my mind, but I don't know. I don't know.
It just wasn't good. You know, it's just not good. Like just the framing was wrong. The framing was gross. It's just I've had enough. Like I read a few paragraphs of like, you know, scattered across a few of the, you know, 10,000 pages she posted. And it's just it's not good.
I still can't believe it. I'm just like, how did this happen? Like what is going on? And they're all still like, you know, wow, somebody published a book. And they're all gonna love it too, because it's every single piece of jargon they use. Every single piece of jargon they use is probably in there. A bunch of them, I was just like, oh, I see how he got there. I mean, it's an invalid way to speak, but I see how he got there.
I'm just upset that I can't even find time to edit one page of text, and there's like 800 pages in that book. Where did they get all this time?
But that book's unedited. I mean,
Oh yeah,
clearly that book is unedited. Like it's as unedited as it gets. I'm like, you just barfed on a page and like sent it to the printer. Like this is just, yeah. I mean, in some sense, it was inevitable. John, we're talking about Michael Sartori's book, which is not really a book because happened because it was. God will turn it to good. Don't worry. Everybody deserves forgiveness, even though the Bible says that's not true. It's not encouraged, and the tools were there. Yeah. I mean, we give people too much power, and like this might be one of those times where I like actually regret being supportive. But to be fair, I wasn't supportive of writing book. No, I was supportive of school. I thought the school idea was a good plan, but I also thought he'd go off and do that, like, and maybe not ever tell anybody. Like that would be fine. Like the internet didn't know about that. That would be fine because he's only going to train people in person in his local area, and I thought that was a really good idea. But it's always things go wrong when you try to like make other people do your idea, and that's that's the challenge for my book. How do you get other people to do this? Because you don't want to put too much of your idea out there, right? You want enough of the essence of what you're getting at, so that people can implement it the way that works for them, because they're not you, and that's a different type of writing, which I think I'm going to pull off. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. The editor's doing a lot of heavy lifting for sure. So hopefully between the two of us, we can make it work. But yeah. I mean, it's a big undertaking and it's a difficult project. And I have the advantage of having started 3 years ago, and many less pages will be written. I'm not doing an 800-page book.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not doing an 800-page book. John, when I first heard the number of pages, I thought that was the size of Infinite Jest, another book I never read. That's funny. Yeah, well, Infinite Jest is. I think didn't it start though with Waiting for Godot, which is quite funny. But like, I think that started the ball rolling on that. People always nail postmodernism way too late. I'm like, no, you don't understand. James Joyce, like the first postmodern author, not if you count plays, buddy. Not some of right, but they can't go back that far because then they'd see the difference in something like Waiting for Godot, which I don't know. I don't think Infinite Jest pulls it off, but I think Waiting for Godot does. And once you see the difference, you're like, oh no, that this is valid, this is invalid, but it's it's not necessarily easy to do, right? And I guess I think it was Joe was talking about Finnegan's Wake, and I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm probably not going to read it. I'm still at burn the. After this, I'm really at burn the books now.
Yeah.
Like, burn the books, crush the printing press, destroy the entire internet if you must, but this must never happen again. This is an abomination to the concept of writing, the language of English, and literature as such. Like, this is bad. This is bad. This is if innocence must die, then so be it bad. This is like flamethrower bad. It's bad. My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed. I'm very upset too, because much like destroying the computer industry, this is near and dear to my heart. I'm not too happy when people like just turn writing into something this horrific. It's just and without the good sense to be anonymous. Like, if you're gonna write that tripe, don't tell anybody you wrote it, please.
You know,
Then it can be easily assigned to demons.
you just have to take the extra leap.
Abdul Al Hazred wrote it. That's who wrote it.
You know, I think, you know, it's one of those things, and I know this is, you know, especially since we had the book club and everything like that, there's the inspiration there with, you know, like Mathieu Pajot does such a good job of just, outside of just the initial introduction, and maybe even not even there, like it has nothing to do with himself, and like that is one of the things where the person, it's a lot easier for the person to insert themselves if they don't see the word I a lot of times, and that you have this kind of thing where you're still like, that's the thing that Mathieu does so well, and I think is probably going to happen here in this project a bit, is that you're presenting a whole bunch of really useful information that hopefully some of it lands or some of it is relevant to the person's implementation environment, but that you're just presenting all of this stuff as fact, but if you find it as trash, just throw it away, you know. But most likely, if you actually try to use the stuff, you're going to find that it's real and that it's legitimate and good. But otherwise, like, aside from just the initial saying hello at the beginning, it's just like, no, like, here's a bunch of stuff, and then you parse through it. It's nice and like, you know, it's curated for you in a certain way. But then as you look through this, like, you should be like, things should be clicking for the reader, and then they should think like, oh, I can use that, or I can do this thing, like, you know. And I think that was where we saw a lot of snags happen in the initial part of the Language of Creation book club. That things were very, very abstract, and, you know, it was difficult to kind of get into the flow of exactly what Mathieu was doing, especially when things are so simple in that way. But as you kind of go, it's like, okay, for sure it's the case that when two people read a text, they didn't actually have the same experience. But it's like really the case in a book like that that's not really a book. That, you know, and you can see this clearly where it's like, I'll read that chapter and a bunch of visual examples will come up for me that would just never come up for somebody else. And, you know, and that's not necessarily better. In fact, a lot of times, like, for me, it's worse. And maybe I don't actually share all of them because some of them are trash. Most of them are trash. But I have to then sort of parse through all of that stuff. But, you know, the amount of things that become relevant by engaging with that, and then, oh, now I have to kind of parse through this, and now looking at things through this frame or in light of this, now I can do things with it, and maybe a lot of those things are not good, you know. But then that's where discernment comes in. So it's a good opportunity to practice discernment, and, you know, I think we have the one line in there coming up where it's like, you know, that even just the fact of discerning which of these things is relevant to your community or what you're trying to work on is actually an exercise in developing wisdom. And it's like that
Right.
already is like a nice way for a person to have an interactive relationship with the text. And whereas whatever the heck we read did not spark joy for me, that's
Well,
for
and,
sure.
and interestingly, a bunch of people were watching the book club all of a sudden, started watching it.
Mm.
Like a bunch. I was like, what the hell happened? Like, these are now big again. That's very strange, but yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. That is interesting. What other books are like that? Like Mitchers? I don't know. I never thought about its actual form before. Well, look, it's mostly pictures. Like, it's, I mean, that's the key, right? He abstracts the text through pictures instead of through story, is one way to think about it. And because it's not story, it winds up appearing more secular. And one of the things that sort of puzzled me was, Sartori was bragging about the fact that he had footnotes and bibliography and all that crazy stuff, unlike Mature, who deliberately says he didn't put them in.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like, well, yeah, that's because you're relying on the authority of others. By the way, his footnotes are terrible and his references are wrong. But like, whatever. Like, I guess it's better to have them and them all be wrong, than not to have them at all. Raven Mature forces you to focus on the text, and he uses the footnotes for additional information. He does not put in the references, right?
Mm.
And so you can't wander. That's one big advantage, right? And he's taking you, because he doesn't do stories, he's taking you out of the book. So you're not trying to, like, and this is the problem. Like, you see this primarily with Protestants, right? They'll insert themselves into the Bible story and basically tell you how you should treat them. And it's like, I see what you're doing. I'm sure you don't understand what you're doing, but I ain't doing that anyway. So, or they'll put you in the story and put them as one of the other characters. And I'm like, I see what you're doing. You're wrong. You don't know how to read. You have a low reading comprehension. That's not what that story's about. And also, I'm not playing your game. Right. And then they get really upset, like really upset. But also, like, I don't have to play your game. Then you can't make me. And this is why you need that. You need the religious tradition, right? Because it tells you how to resolve that conflict. But you don't know because you're stuck on the book and it's not in there. And to the extent that it is in there, because everything's in there, you didn't see it because you're too stuck on words and propositions and stories as exact mappings to reality in a moment, and not paying attention to the abstraction, which is where Mature's book comes in. It's very, very abstraction heavy on purpose. That's what the drawings do. And then you're supposed to take those abstractions, though, and not leave them there. Right? You're supposed to connect them to not abstract things. Like, back, one way to say that is back to a body. Right. And then it's like, once you start doing that, I think you can see this in our book clubs. If you check out the language creation book clubs on navigating patterns, I think you'll see this. When you do that, the like lights happen, like fireworks. It's amazing. I think we managed that a few times at a few different points, right? Of people going, oh, like, this diagram makes sense, and now this biblical passage has a new meaning to me, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, there you go, right? And then hopefully you exap that skill out to steal some Verviki language, and then you read the Bible differently. And then once you read the Bible relationally instead of as a series of stories, right? You see the relations in the Bible instead, that the whole book changes for you. And it's still, you still never grasp a fifth of it, which is fine. But that's why you need a church and a tradition and a liturgy and and yeah, I mean, you still, It was funny too because they brought up orthodoxy on the PVK history again, and still not getting it. Like, no, the reason why people like orthodoxy is because they're strict, not because they're exclusive. Because they're strict. Like, strictness creates exclusivity. Like, the two go together. You can't have one without the other. It's not, you can't just dissect things the way you want. And that's makes them like Peterson, right? That's like the step up from Peterson is the Orthodox Church, not the Catholic Church, unfortunately. That's because they're all a bunch of wussies and weenies. But the orthos would be like, no, you're going to stand here for 2 hours. It's a pain in the ass. Believe me, I've done it many times, and I'm not too happy about it. I like that better than the damn Catholics, though. It's sit, kneel, stand, do head twirl. Like, just stop. I can't do this. But the the orthos are way more rigorous about a bunch of things, and it's hard. And that's what people are honing in on, is the difficulty. Because Peterson challenges you, right? Goggins challenges you. Where do you think these people are coming from? That's where they're coming from. And they want the challenge, right? Because it feels like they're doing something because they've been stuck in the basement with the Doritos and the video games and the porn, right? And it's just, that's too easy at some point. And like, not seeing that just breaks my heart. Like, this is so easy to understand what Peterson's doing. And Paul in particular, Pastor Paul, is so close. Like, he gets it. He's like, no, I want to catch people when they get off the Peterson escalator. Right. Well, you should build the net, and then he won't build the net. And it's just like, dude, you actually know better than most people, at least that part, even though you don't understand Peterson at all, which is fine. I mean, you understand that part really well, better than probably anybody else. And you know it needs to be done, and you've known for years, and you still can't make it work. And you're refusing all the help, which, like, well, I can't do much about that. But I'm still trying to some extent, right? I'm still pointing. People don't understand these aspects to the world. They don't understand connectivity matters. And I like that you pointed out, like, no, we just kind of stand together in the church, and we don't need to speak the same language. It's not relevant. And we're really close because we do things together in silence. Yes, that is the right answer.
I'm closer with these people than I am with 95% of my own biological family.
Right. Right. And people don't understand, like, participation is the magic. Like, it's not that. And yes, steps, bootstrap slowly, clean your room is valid, right? But, and then this is the gap that we'll say Vander Clay rightly sees. The gap is going from personal participation to public participation. Right, because public participation requires submission, which requires humility. So the question is, how do you give people humility? Well, encouraging their not book is not going to work. Like, it's going to make it worse. Encouraging people to do things they're not good at and never going to be good at that's not helpful. Telling people to go spread out and do the same thing over and over again and just replicate this pattern, this is not helpful, right? It's deunifying. It's explicitly splitting and dissecting the world. And we've had enough of that. But, they adopt the science-y thing, and then they claim they're not. Meantime, they're looking to Peterson and Vervaeke for cover on the science side to get more butts and seats so they can evangelize. And it's like, I'm not a fan. I don't think this is a good strategy. I think you've misunderstood a bunch of stuff. Yeah. And they don't read Mature's book, right? They're the least cooperative people ever. They will not. They want everybody to cooperate with their project, but they won't cooperate with anybody else's. I'm like, well, hey, I don't know what you're expecting here, but it's not. Cooperation with the community toward a higher aim. Does he have an advanced copy? I don't
I was
understand.
gonna say someone should write a book about that.
Somebody should write that in a book about that.
Yeah, if only that had actually happened already.
I don't think he has access. So that's
Well done.
yeah. Well, like I said, he's annoying because he's probably slightly ahead of the channel at this point. Pisses me off. My work. I should be the one to say everything perfectly. Screw you, people. Yeah,
Oh.
it's good. It's good to have all this participation, cooperation, and help, and that's what it's all about. Like, word for word, just read what he wrote because it was like I couldn't improve upon it, and I mean, some of that was kind of in there, but like actually, it was good. It's an excellent augmentation of what I had already said. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, he nailed it. Like, I don't know. Like,
Fair enough.
I guess I'll just submit and read the damn thing. I'm not gonna try to improve it. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I saw a YouTube video about it earlier on nugget patterns. Maybe
Nice.
I do say stuff like that, so I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely in the book though. Yeah, we're just hung up on circumstances, demons,
Yeah.
critters in my fence waking me up at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whatever after I actually went to sleep early for once. And yeah. I don't know what time it was. It probably wasn't 1 a.m. It was probably 2 a.m. because I was asleep.
Mm.
I don't know how the hell I heard the thing. This little scraping noise.
It's probably the beaver.
Oh, no, definitely not the beaver.
Yeah.
Thank God.
He's
The
in the
beaver
walls.
can't get under the house. That's for sure. But the beaver wouldn't be chewing on metal anyway. He's got to chew on metal.
Oh.
It might just be a mouse, but
Yeah.
the HVAC guy thought it might be a possum. He's like, I'm getting bit. I'm like, dude, I just need to know where the hole is. Like, I don't know what I'm looking for here. You do. Like, you guys are no, I ain't going under there. I'm like, damn it.
Uh,
Well, if I knew what size the hole was, maybe I could figure out what to do to trap the damn thing.
Mhm.
I can't even figure out how it's getting in there. I got
Yeah.
some theories, but I don't know. Everything's sealed. I don't understand. But
yeah.
fucking critters. Don't live near a pond, Castle. It's just
Thanks
too
for the
much.
advice. I won't.
All right, man. I think that's good.
Yeah.
You want to do some closing thoughts and then we'll close this out?
Yeah. Well, I think this whole talk on anonymity helped me to feel a lot more comfortable in my skin, here, and just kind of put my best, put my face forward. But as you can kind of see, I got these dark circles around my eyes. I'm getting a little tired, and I don't know. That's all I got.
Wow. That just gives new meaning to the term play through right there. That was good. Yeah, look, as amusing as it can be, it's not invalid to go anonymous once in a while or incognito. Especially not for comedic purposes, because we've seen an excellent demonstration of that. Too much anonymity, destroys the world for real, and you shouldn't wish for it, and you shouldn't encourage it. You shouldn't try to do it. Right? You should be who you are, and the loss of authenticity is too many people seeing a pattern of anonymity and following it. That's part of it. I mean, it's not the only thing that's going on, but like that's a big part of it. And then we're mimicky creatures, and so we're gonna mimic what we see or what we think we see. And when we see things moving in the world, and the worst part is, and this is where the conspiracies get weird, right? Like it's almost like, of course somebody in the federal government knows what the drones over New Jersey were. Of course they do. Of course they're covering it up and lying about it. Like, of course they are. Right? Like but that's what they should do. Like they're not obligated to not lie to you. That's not the way the government's supposed to work. ever. The government is supposed to lie to you for your best interest, period. Because the you want the truth, you can't handle the truth. I love that movie. I watch it every time it's on. Also, you didn't understand that movie at all. I'm sorry. I guarantee you understood zero of that movie. First of all, no one won. Everyone lost. It's a story of personal triumph at the cost of literally every other person around. It is, I love that movie. It's like The Matrix for me. It's like, this movie is terrible and destroying the world. Also, great film. It's right. And it is that, that aspect of not understanding that some things should remain anonymous from your perspective when they're higher than you. And believing that being anonymous down below allows you to speak truth to power. That's ridiculous. Even if you could do it, which you probably can't, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't have the effect you think it would have. Because it doesn't. Because a threat from an unknown entity is not an effective threat. Everybody knows this. That's why the cartel kills people and lets you know they're dead in a gruesome way. So that you know who dead. That's why the mafia used to have people kneel down and put 2 in the back of the skull and then leave the body where it fell. Like, they did these things deliberately so you knew it wasn't anonymous. Right? Everybody in Boston knew who killed the people that pissed off Whitey Bulger. I'm sorry. If you think that's not true, I knew. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I knew. Everybody knew. If you didn't know, it's because you were willfully blind or you weren't paying attention, and fair enough. But, like, you shouldn't pay attention to the government at that level and expect them to be honest with you. The purpose of the drones should be anonymous. Otherwise, the purpose is destroyed. You may think that's bad because you're in the age of gnosis and you want the gnosis, but the gnosis is bad for you. And it's bad for me. Don, am I abnormal for not worrying about the drones? No, I mean, you shouldn't worry about the damn drones. Like, it's not, you can't do anything about it. So why worrying does you no good with things you can't control at all? So why worry about it? Also, if you have eyes, you can tell where the drones are from and what they're for. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. And if you can't tell that, maybe that's not something you can do, and that's okay. And maybe a lot of people can't do that. I get that. But if you're in that crowd, then you need to just listen to somebody else who does know. Right? But seriously, if you can't logic that together, what those drones are, where they're from and what they're for, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you shouldn't, there's a lot of things you shouldn't be doing because they're just too hard for you. And that's okay. Like, everyone's got a role to play. Maybe logic isn't your strong point. Maybe thinking that aliens would put lights on the bottom of the drones they're using to scare you means that maybe you need the kiddie pool and not the adult pool, right? Maybe not understanding that a foreign government is not going to put lights on a drone. Maybe you need the kiddie pool, right? Maybe you're not ready for this, and that's okay, right? Like, it's all right, right? I mean, come on, like, and then the conspiracy theories start, and because it's anonymous, right? It's trying to be anonymous, but anonymous from above. Most things above you are anonymous because they're from a group. So you don't know you can't identify who did them beyond the group. And groups are scary because there's a lot of people in groups and you don't know who they are necessarily. And even if you do, you don't know how they feel about the thing that happened. And it's not like anonymity isn't an important concept or something. It's just that maybe that's not appropriate for you to do. And maybe you'll drive yourself nuts. And maybe you shouldn't do that because that's not good for you and it's not good for anyone else. And the ultimate goal, as I've said many times on this stream, is for you to be better. Better, not worse. Not worrying about drones. Better. And that's, that's the problem. Don, I just figured that if really nefarious stuff isn't going to be that easy to see. Right. Yeah, exactly. Right. If it were really dangerous, it would just hit you and you'd never know. Like, I don't know. Why is this hard to piece together, guys? Like, if Iran is going to send stuff over here, first of all, we have the best aerial radar in the world. No one's sending anything over here without us knowing about it, unless it's a balloon, and there are reasons for that. But like, of course the feds know. Like, of course they do. Of course they're running cover for a local police department or local agency of some kind that's at the state level or the town level. Of course they are. Remember, they were also selling basically mini tanks to police departments, right? Like, the military's been doing this sort of collaboration nonsense for decades at this point. Well reported at CNN and other outlets. This should not be surprising. And of course, they're going to cover up anything about it because it serves their purposes to do so. And they may have been told to do that by someone else. Like, who knows? Like, the government is a big anonymous set of organizations whose relationships are unknown to you and unknowable to a large extent, right? Not to everybody, but almost certainly to you. And the people who do know, like all the people in the military, are just laughing at you drone people, by the way. They just think you guys are hysterically stupid. I'm sorry. I don't like to out these things, but this fact cannot remain hidden. It cannot remain anonymous. There's a lot of things that people are telling you because they're hiding behind their lack of knowledge that aren't true and lead to conspiracy, either directly and explicitly or indirectly. And it doesn't really matter. But because we have all this anonymity everywhere, we don't understand the proper role and where it belongs. And that's really what I'm trying to give you a sense for, right? I'm trying to get you out of your fetishization of this marginal concept, to Ixnan's excellent point, and back onto the more important things and the more important interactions. And a lot of people will try to find a way to use anonymity to their advantage or whatever. And that's the wrong response. It's just a wrong way to do it. So no stream next week because I'm gonna be flying out of here. Week after should be good to go unless something comes up, but who knows? But I think we'll be fine. Probably gonna do either personal responsibility or seeing the world. I haven't really decided yet. I might need more time on that. Maybe neither of those. Maybe something else, but probably one of those. Hope everyone has a good next 2 weeks. I will be getting more content out eventually when either I or somebody else can focus on editing for a while. And I got to do a lot more recording because I'm going to be behind almost immediately. Everybody have a good time. Focus on what matters. Think local. And I will see you all later. Try to be better.